Do you feel like you don't speak enough Russian? That you need to know more words? Then stick around. With these lessons, you'll pick up some of the most common words in just a few minutes. Now, this video is a small portion of our learning program. To get the full lessons, translations, and Fluency Fast study tools, click the link in the description and sign up for your free lifetime account.
Вертолет. Helicopter. Вертолет. Вертолет. Helicopter. На вертолете летать сложно. It's hard to fly a helicopter. На вертолете летать сложно. Черный. Black. Черный. Черный. Black. Черный кот идет через дорогу. The black cat is walking across the street. Черный кот идет через дорогу. Коричневый. Brown. Коричневый. Коричневый. Brown. Он купил дорогой коричневый костюм. Мне нравится. He bought an expensive brown suit. I like it. Он купил дорогой коричневый костюм. Мне нравится. Серый. Gray. Серый. Серый. Gray. Она купила серый жилет. She bought a gray vest. Она купила серый жилет. Отдых. Rest. Отдых. Отдых. Rest. Отдых очень важен. Rest is very important. Отдых очень важен. Слышать. Hear. Слышать. Слышать. Hear. Мне нравится слышать звук дождя. I like to hear the sound of the rain. Мне нравится слышать звук дождя. Хотеть. Want. Хотеть. Хотеть. Want. Сегодня я хочу попробовать что-нибудь другое. I want to try something different today. Сегодня я хочу попробовать что-нибудь другое. Отвратительный. Disgusting. Отвратительный. Отвратительный. Disgusting. Мужчина ест отвратительную закуску. The man is eating a disgusting snack. Мужчина ест отвратительную закуску. 11. 11. 11. 11. 11. Давай встретимся в 11 часов. Let's meet at 11 o'clock. Давай встретимся в 11 часов. 12. 12. 12. 12. 12. Существует обычай готовить 12 постных блюд для сочельника. It is customary to prepare 12 meatless dishes on Christmas Eve. Существует обычай готовить 12 постных блюд для сочельника. 13. 13. 13. 13. 13. Он не любит число 13. He doesn't like the number 13. Он не любит число 13. Электронная почта. Email. Электронная почта. Электронная почта. Email. Проверь электронную почту. Check your email inbox. Проверь электронную почту. Сотовый телефон. Cellular phone. Сотовый телефон. Сотовый телефон. Cellular phone. У тебя есть сотовый телефон? Do you have a cell phone? У тебя есть сотовый телефон? Текстовое сообщение. Text message. Текстовое сообщение. Текстовое сообщение. Text message. Написать текстовое сообщение. Type a text message. Написать текстовое сообщение. Рот. Mouth. Рот. Рот. Mouth. Откройте рот. Open your mouth. Откройте рот. Щека. Cheek. Щека. Щека. Cheek. У нее красные щеки. Her cheeks are red. У нее красные щеки. Нос. Nose. Нос. Нос. Nose. Не ковыряйся в носу. Don't poke your nose. Не ковыряйся в носу. Тетрадь. Notebook. Тетрадь. Тетрадь. Notebook. Моя мама купила мне новые тетради. My mom got me some new notebooks. Моя мама Купила мне новые тетради. Карандаш. Pencil. Карандаш. Карандаш. Pencil. Я отдал свой карандаш другу. I gave my pencil to my friend. Я отдал свой карандаш другу. Пластик. Eraser. Пластик. Пластик. Eraser. Можешь дать мне ластик? Can you give me an eraser? Можешь дать мне ластик? Белый. White. Белый. Белый. White. Мой холодильник белый. My fridge is white. Мой холодильник белый. Красный. Red. Красный. Красный. Red. Красный мой любимый цвет. Red is my favorite color. Красный мой любимый цвет. Зеленый. Green. Зеленый. Зеленый. Green. Лес такой зеленый. The forest is so green. Лес такой зеленый. Заканчивать. Finish. Заканчивать. Заканчивать. Finish. Я заканчиваю работу в 7 часов каждый день. I finish work at 7 every day. Я заканчиваю работу в 7 часов каждый день. Начать. Start. Начать. Начать. Start. Не могу начать день без кофе. I can't start the day without coffee. Не могу начать день без кофе. Стать. Become. Стать. Стать. Become. Когда я вырасту, я мечтаю стать кинорежиссером. When I grow up, I dream to become a filmmaker. Когда я вырасту, я мечтаю стать кинорежиссером. 14. 14. 14. 14. 14. В этом доме 14 этажей. There are 14 stories in this building. В этом доме 14 этажей. 15. 15. 15. 15. 15. Я была в Америке в 15 лет. I went to America when I was 15. Я была в Америке в 15 лет. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. У нас 16 минут. We have 16 minutes. У нас 16 минут. Телефон. Telephone. Телефон. Телефон. Telephone. Это новая модель телефона. This is a new telephone model. Это новая модель телефона. Глаз. Eye. Глаз. Глаз. Eye. У меня покраснение в глазах. My eyes are bloodshot. У меня покраснение в глазах. Зубы. Teeth. Зубы. Зубы. Teeth. Ты почистил зубы? Did you brush your teeth? Ты почистил зубы? Губа. Lip. Губа. Губа. Lip. Нижняя губа больше верхней. The lower lip is bigger than the upper lip. Нижняя губа больше верхней. Копировальный аппарат. Copy machine. Копировальный аппарат. Копировальный аппарат. Copy machine. Можно я воспользуюсь копировальным аппаратом? Can I use a copy machine? Можно я воспользуюсь копировальным аппаратом? Стол. Desk. Стол. Стол. Desk. Я купил новый стол. I bought a new desk. Я купил новый стол. Книга. Book. Книга. Книга. Book. О чем эта книга? What's this book about? О чем эта книга? Ручка. Pen. Ручка. Ручка. Pen. У меня в сумке есть ручка. I have a pen in my bag. У меня в сумке есть ручка. Почта. Post office. Почта. Почта. Post office. На этой улице есть почта. There is a post office in this street. На этой улице есть почта. Библиотека. Library. Библиотека. Библиотека. Library. Библиотека находится недалеко от станции метро. The library is located not far from the subway station. Библиотека находится недалеко от станции метро. Супермаркет. Supermarket. Супермаркет. Супермаркет. Supermarket. Около этого супермаркета есть парковка? Is there a parking space near the supermarket? Около этого супермаркета есть парковка.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. If you have trouble sticking with your language learning goals, it's probably because you're skipping one specific step. It's the step you need to take before you even start any learning. And doing it will help you stick with the language, not get overwhelmed, and reach your language goals. So today you'll learn 1. What solo language learners need to succeed, and 2. How to do self-assessment and set yourself up for success. But first, listen up. Here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Giving Directions Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to tell a taxi driver where to go in your target language? You'll be able to. With this PDF cheat sheet, you'll learn must-know words and phrases for giving directions. Second, the Most Common Verbs PDF ebook. You'll learn over 90 common verbs with this bonus PDF picture ebook. Download and review on any device. Third, how to talk about what you do in your free time. Learn how to say video games, fishing, and much more. You'll pick up over 25 words for leisure activities with this vocab bonus. Fourth, how to learn from home, learning strategies. Want to learn the language from the comfort of your home? This 1-minute lesson will give you all the best tactics for learning languages. Fifth, the top 35 adjectives for personalities. Can you describe your personality? This next bonus teaches you the 35 must-know adjectives for personalities, so you can talk about yourself in your target language. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The first step in your language learning journey that will guarantee your success. Here's a question for you. When you want to learn a language, how do you usually get started with that goal? You might say the inspiration comes first, and that motivates you to start. Then you get a textbook or an app and go from there, right? That's a pretty standard answer, but how does that tend to work out? Most people end up falling off a week or a month later. Why do you think that happens? Leave a comment with why you think people tend to lose inspiration quickly. More often than not, it happens because you pick a goal, a learning routine, or a resource that overwhelms you and just isn't right for you. Here's a typical example. Let's say you work an 8-hour day and you want to try to start learning. Most people would try to squeeze in learning for 1 or 2 hours at night, or you could try and wake up an hour early. And usually that doesn't work out because you're trying to do things that you're not used to. Wake up earlier and study earlier. It doesn't fit your current lifestyle. So what should you do differently? Well, let's take an example from language schools. Before you start learning, language schools force you to take an assessment test on the first day. Why? So that they make sure the language lessons fit your level and put you in the proper class. The goal of an assessment test is to find out where you are and meet you there. That's something most solo learners don't do. And the problem is, if you're a solo learner, no one assesses you. And you yourself don't know what routine works best for you, how much time you can set aside, and how much studying you can comfortably do. We all imagine we can do an hour a day, but realistically speaking, it'll be a lot less than that. So that's where self-assessment comes in. Before you start learning a language, or do any goal for that matter, it's important to know where you are in life, what your daily schedule is like, when you're busy and when you're free. So you can set your expectations, know how much time you can put in, and so you can start learning at a pace that works for you. Now, how do you actually assess yourself? There are 3 assessments you can do. 1, a life assessment. 2, a routine assessment. And 3, language assessment. Language assessment will only be helpful if you already have some experience. If you're brand new, you won't need this. First, life assessment. Here, the goal is to see how the language will fit into your life and how you generally deal with goals. As in, if you succeeded with a goal before, what helped you succeed? You could take that and apply it here. If you failed before, find out why so you can avoid it this time. So you'll need to answer the following questions. Why are you learning this language? How will it help your life? What current connections do you have to this language? For example, listening to music, watching TV, you have a relative, you have neighbors or friends that speak it. What have you been doing so far to learn? Have you learned languages before? Have you failed any goals before? How or why? Have you succeeded with any goals before? How or why? Write these questions out and answer them. Next, the routine assessment. Write out your daily routine for a whole week. For example, wake up at 7 a.m., breakfast at 8 a.m., commute to work at 8:30 a.m., arrive at work at 9:30 a.m., lunch at 1 p.m., and so on. Do this for every day of the week. The goal here is to see what your daily routine is like, so you know when you're free, when you're busy, and where you can fit in language learning. That way, if you're super busy on Mondays and 5 minutes is all you can do, then that's good enough. You won't feel bad about doing only 5 minutes. If you see that you spend 30 minutes on commuting, add language learning on top of that existing routine. If you take walks or go for a jog, play an audio lesson there. Or even if you're cooking at a certain time, play an audio lesson in the background. Remember, look for an existing routine that you already stick with, like commuting, and where you can multitask. Don't try to create new routines. For example, waking up at 7 a.m. to learn will set you up for failure. If you usually wake up at 8 a.m., waking up at 7 a.m. will be even harder. And then, actually trying to learn a language at 7 a.m. makes it even harder. This is where new learners start having trouble. You're trying to do 2 things at once, trying to learn the language and trying to stick to a new routine. 1 is hard enough. Trying to do 2 can overwhelm you. So piggyback off of your existing routines first, so you can build momentum. And finally, there's language assessment. If you're an absolute beginner, you won't need much of an assessment. Just start with our absolute beginner recommended learning pathway. But if you have experience and want to assess yourself, there are 2 things you can do. First, if you're a Premium Plus user, then you're asked to do an assessment test when you join, but you can always request it again from your teacher. And second, if you're a Premium user, check our recommended pathways. We assign these pathways, level 1 to level 5, based on your learning level, from absolute beginner to advanced. At the start of each pathway, there's a diagnostic test. You can take that to assess yourself. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about when routines grow stale, how to learn more language with a new routine. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! What are some surefire ways to stay motivated when you're learning a language? In this video, we're going to talk about 10 surefire ways to stay motivated and stay on track. All right, we asked our Premium and Premium Plus members for their tested techniques. You'll find out what worked for them. Number 1, you must see your progress. In other words, you have to see it to believe it. There's nothing better than seeing your results firsthand. It's like seeing muscles in the mirror after working out. How do you do this with language? In order to see it, you have to start measuring it first. And you can do that with the dashboard on our website. With the dashboard, you can see how many lessons and how much of the language you've mastered so far. So review the progress you've made with the dashboard on the site. Number 2, use the Daily Dose of Language app. With this, you get free daily mini lessons, but that's not all. This app keeps you on track because it actually sends you daily reminders. If you need that extra push or reminder, this app does it for you. And the Daily Dose lessons are quick and easy. They take just 1 minute of your time. Number 3, learn with somebody better than you. A tutor, a friend, and you can even learn with your own teacher with a Premium Plus subscription. Simply having someone better than you by your side is enough to help you improve and motivate you. It's like having a coach. Number 4, set a small, measurable goal. For example, finish 10 lessons in 1 week, or learn 20 words in a week. Most people give up because they have a vague goal, like I want to be fluent, that they don't know how to reach. But if you aim small and make it measurable, you'll have a much better chance of reaching it. Your goal is to learn 20 words, and you know 17 already. Because you know how close you are, you're more motivated to close the gap and reach your goal. Number 5, watch movies and shows in your target language. First of all, we recommend this because it's fun. But more importantly, when you understand what you hear, it's a clear sign of progress and you'll feel good about it. Number 6, listen to music in your target language. Music is enjoyable, and if you make it part of your routine, you're giving yourself a nice break in between lessons. But you're still immersing yourself in the language. So if you enjoy this routine, you're more likely to stay motivated. Number 7, do the lessons that you enjoy. Just like with music, if you enjoy our audio and video lessons, then stick with them. If you have any favorite lessons, remember you can always download them to your device and review them as much as you want. They're yours to keep. Number 8, understand that language learning is a marathon. Learning a new language is not a sprint. Most people think they can study for hours and suddenly get better. But when they realize that it takes time, this can hurt their motivation. So understand that it's a marathon. Remember that it's better to study for a few minutes every day than pulling a 5-hour cram session that will burn you out. Number 9, keep the big goal in mind. Imagine yourself being fluent. Small, measurable goals are definitely important. But when you just don't feel like learning, which is completely natural by the way, remember the big goal. Having the big picture in mind will remind you of what's important and put you back on track. Number 10, invest in the language. Make a commitment. Whether you buy a book or a subscription, enroll in a class, or join a study group, by investing and making a commitment, you're much more likely to go through with it. You've paid for it, so you value it more. You want to make sure you get your money's worth. Plus, other people expect you to show up. This can be extremely helpful when working towards your language goals. And that's it. There are so many ways to keep yourself motivated. Do you have a favorite way? Leave us a comment and let us know. So, to make sure you stay motivated in your studies, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to speak and understand more of your target language? You'll need to know more words and phrases to really make new conversations and ultimately connections. In this video, you'll discover 6 ways to master new words and phrases fast. Number 1, use our free vocabulary lists. Here's what makes this study tool so powerful. This is your free library of vocab and phrase lessons. You can learn words and phrases for current events like Halloween or New Year's. There are also many useful topics, like the top 10 ways to say hello, conversational phrases, and more. In other words, you learn phrases that you wouldn't normally find in textbooks. And if you want to learn extra fast, you can use the slideshow tool. Just tap on or click on View Slideshow, then sit back and review the words and phrases. Find the vocabulary lists in the vocabulary drop-down menu on the site. And yes, these vocab lists are free for all users. Number 2, take the audio and video lessons. One of the best ways to learn new words is through conversations. You get to hear how the words are used. So in every lesson dialogue, you'll come across some words you don't know. But don't worry, because our teachers translate everything. So when you hear the conversation again at the end of the lesson, you'll know them all. Number 3, learn with our 2,000 most common words list. Here's a question for you. How many words do you think you need for conversational fluency? 3,000? 5,000? Actually, language experts say you need only about 1,500 to reach conversational fluency. And with this study tool, the 2,000 most common words list, you get the words you need for conversational fluency right up front. That's what makes this study tool so powerful. It's all here for you. And they're broken down into simple categories, such as adjectives, nouns, verbs, food, drinks, numbers, and months. Now, 2,000 is quite a lot to learn. Do you have to learn it all? Well, you don't have to learn it all at once. You can go category by category. You can also start with the top 100 words, then move on to the top 200, 300, and so on until you get to 2,000. So if you're an absolute beginner, you can start with the top 100 words. Once you've mastered those, you can move on to the next category. You can also use other study tools to learn these words faster, right? Such as number 4, study with spaced repetition flashcards. Now, we're not talking about paper flashcards. We're talking about the smart flashcards that you can find in our premium study tools. Picture this. Think of these as a teacher inside of your computer who quizzes you and sorts the words for you. So words that you struggle with, you'll be quizzed on more and more, and words that you know, you'll see less and less. So they display the words as needed, so you never forget them. In every session, they'll refresh your memory on the words you learned last time and introduce new ones. That's exactly how our smart flashcards work. And because you get drilled on the words you struggle with, you have no choice but to master them and improve. You have no choice but to succeed. You can also study the words from your lessons and vocab lists with the very same flashcard tool. Number 5, create printable word lists with the word bank. The word bank is a study tool that lets you save words and phrases from lessons and vocab lists. Think of it as your extended brain. If you come across a new word that you want to review later, you can save it to the word bank. But the word bank also lets you print out your word lists. So click on the printer-friendly option inside Word Bank and print out your collection of words. You can use that sheet for writing practice. Number 6, use the words. After you learn a new word, using it right away is crucial to remembering it. So when you're done with a lesson or a vocab list, leave a comment. Make up a sample sentence and post it in the comment section. Write it down in a notebook, or shadow it, meaning listen to the audio pronunciation and say it out loud. You should do this because it's the actual practice that gets you to remember it. So say it, write it, listen to it again. Doing this will help lock the words into your memory. So if you want to take advantage of any of these tools for yourself, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you studying a language but starting to lose motivation? In this video, we're going to talk about the halfway point and how to keep going with language learning. After 6 months to a year of studying a language, you might be feeling like you're losing a little bit of steam. Maybe you started out strong and now you're feeling a bit low. Maybe you aren't seeing the results you wanted, or you think your efforts aren't paying off. But the reason for that might not have anything to do with your studies. It might be more an issue about your reviewing and your goal setting. 1. Why you should review your past language goals. When you set goals, do you ever go back to review your progress? It can be a reminder of how far you've come and help you keep your motivation up. Let's say you started learning a language and you've been at it for a few months. In month 1, you're excited and motivated. In month 2, you're still going at it, but maybe the motivation is not as strong, and you want to make sure that you don't fall off, unfortunately, as most people do. So you work hard to keep at it. By month 3, you're kind of on autopilot and learning with whatever has been working for you. That sounds like a good place to be, cruising on autopilot. Well, it may seem like a good place to be, but the problem is by month 4, 5, or 6, if you've been coasting along for too long and haven't had any significant improvements, you may start wondering if you're actually learning or if you'll ever master the language. You might start losing motivation, and worse, you might even quit. If you're learning by yourself, it's hard, and if you're not tracking your progress, by month 4 or 5, you might realize that the textbook you've been using isn't helping you increase your fluency. You might think you're going nowhere. So the reason to review is to check your progress. Maybe you can speak none of your target language in month 1, but at the end of month 3, you can speak 3 minutes. So that's some progress. And if you're at 8 minutes now, for example, then you can definitely say that you've improved since the start. It's good for motivation, just knowing that you got a return on your time investment. So reviewing is good for progress and motivation. Also, it's natural to lose motivation with anything you're trying to learn or do. So it's something you need to keep up, something you need to keep in mind. What do you do when your motivation dips? You can stop, take some time to review and reflect. Is your motivation dipping? Are you studying less? Do you feel like you're not making progress? And if you say yes to these questions, then you can work on boosting your motivation to help you keep going. How do you boost your motivation? Well, do you remember anchor points? Anchor points are things that connect you or anchor you to your goal, such as a language class or program. It could even be relatives or friends who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, or an upcoming trip to the target country. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you're watching a TV show in your target language, then it's natural for you to want to understand it better, and your desire to learn goes up. If you're taking language classes where a teacher expects homework from you, that's another connection to the language. So you do the homework, you attend classes, you learn more. Ultimately, if you want to boost your motivation and keep going, you should get more anchor points. But how do you do that? Let's jump into the second part. 2. How to review your progress and maintain motivation. How do you review your progress? First, you always set small, measurable goals and always track results. The study resource you're using can be used for your review as well. It's easy to get demotivated and think that you've learned nothing. But if you're using a textbook, for example, you can set a number of pages, and that can be a really good motivator, something to reach for. Making sure you're getting through and then testing yourself on material is a little harder if you're not actually using your textbook, though. So make sure that you actually stick to the plan you set for yourself. Again, the tool you're using is not so important, but just make sure whatever you use, you measure it and track your progress. Reviewing is as simple as looking at your past goals and results. You can also do it the old school way and look through your notebooks, see how much you've written out. In fact, we have something called the Dean's Date with our Premium Plus plan, where our Premium Plus users send in all of the work they've completed with their teacher. The writings, the recordings, the assignments, and you can see it all, everything that you've done. Then you can see your actual results of your 3 months of work. Everything you've accomplished is in one place. Do you ever run out of motivation? Of course you do occasionally, and it's natural for everyone's motivation to dip after some time. Then if you lose motivation, how do you keep going? Just as we talked about earlier, add more anchor points, more connections to the language, whether that means enrolling in in-person classes at a real language school, planning trips, or signing up for a test. Those anchor points help you stay motivated. Your main ones need to be things that will keep you interested in your target language or the people in your life connected to it. These are the things that will keep you motivated. But it's also important to remember, whether you're struggling or you're progressing rapidly, that you have to keep your learning adaptive. As humans, we are adaptive. We adapt to environments, and this is the same thing. Your language learning path has to adapt as you progress. If you're progressing faster, there's a way to adapt. If you're progressing slower, there's also a way to adapt. 3. How you can keep going past the halfway point. If you've been studying the language for a few months, it's normal to start losing steam. If you're not losing steam and you're progressing, then great job, and maybe you can share some of your tips with us, because it's one of the hardest things ever to stay motivated long term. If you are starting to lose steam, remember that this happens with any goal. It can happen to anyone at any time, so you need to learn how to adapt to it. By being aware that these dips are natural and that they happen, you can expect them. So when one does come around, you'll know how to boost your motivation and know how to keep yourself going. Here's what you do when a dip does come around. 1. Review your learning progress. If you've been setting small, measurable goals every month, then this won't be a problem. The goal here is to see how far you've come, and this will help you maintain motivation. If you can see that you learned 50 words in January, 50 in February, 100 in March, and so on, then you have measurable progress, and this lets you know that you're improving, even when you don't feel like you are. Second, if you're a Premium Plus student, you can also participate in the Dean's Date and submit your work on the deadline. Be sure to ask your Premium Plus teacher about it. Third, if you're a Premium or Premium Plus user, you can also check your dashboard and see how many flashcards you've studied and how many lessons you've completed. We track your progress for you. But of course, it's best to set goals like learn 50 words or speak 1 minute of conversation, because completing a lesson may not mean that you've mastered everything inside. So if you've not been setting goals and tracking them, now is the time to start. Otherwise, do you know how much of the language you can speak? Or how many words you've learned? If you don't know, then you'll feel like you're floating around and not learning anything. So be sure to set small, measurable monthly goals. Fourth, create more anchor points to boost your motivation. Anchor points are connections to the language that keep you anchored to the language and your goal. It could be friends or relatives who speak the language, TV shows in that language you like, an upcoming trip to the target country, language classes, or language programs. All of these things, in one way or another, keep you anchored to your language learning goal. So if you started learning a language because your relative speaks it, that motivation may not last forever. It may help you in month 1 or month 2, but by month 4, 5, or 6, your motivation might wear off. But you can decide to enroll in a class or start watching a TV show in that language. That will give you some new reasons to keep going to the language. In a way, you give yourself more reasons to learn. A lot of the time, the reasons why we start something are not often the reasons why we continue them. So don't be afraid to adjust your motivations as you go along. If you've reached a language milestone and are starting to feel a little less motivated, just take a look at these tips. Thorough review, setting anchor points, and reviewing your study methods will all help you keep going in your studies. For more strategies on how to keep studying, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet. Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up over 30 words with this vocab bonus. Fifth, free audiobooks for our members only. If you're not a member yet, sign up for a free lifetime account and unlock our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Power Up sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire. Hi everyone, I'm Alicia. Welcome to Conversational Phrases. We've found that the best way to learn a language is to speak it from day one. And the best way to start speaking is to learn phrases that you'll use in real conversations. In this lesson, you'll learn conversational phrases to use when talking on the phone. After watching this video, you'll be able to ask for someone on the phone and to put someone on hold. And if you want to learn more vocabulary, phrases, and example sentences you can use in real-life situations, click the link in the description to download your Making a Phone Call PDF cheat sheet for free. Now, let's take a look at some conversational phrases.
Listen to the dialogue.
Здравствуйте. Я бы хотела поговорить с ответственным сотрудником.
Одну секунду.
Once more with the English translation.
Здравствуйте. Я бы хотела поговорить с ответственным сотрудником.
Hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge.
Одну секунду.
Okay, just a moment. First of all, you'll need to learn how to say hello on the phone. That's
Здравствуйте. Здравствуйте.
Then you'll need to learn how to say, I'd like to speak with person. The pattern is
Я бы хотела поговорить с.
person. For example, hello, I'd like to speak with the person in charge.
Здравствуйте. Я бы хотела поговорить с ответственным сотрудником. Здравствуйте. Я бы хотела поговорить с ответственным сотрудником.
Now, how do you answer this question?
Одну секунду.
Okay, just a moment. Listen to it again.
Одну секунду. Одну секунду.
This Russian sentence literally translates as 1 second, but it means, okay, just a moment. Here are a few more phrases you can use with the same pattern to talk on the phone. The person in charge.
Ответственный сотрудник. Ответственный сотрудник.
A sales representative.
Торговый представитель. Торговый представитель.
The manager.
Менеджер. Менеджер.
Customer service.
Клиентская служба. Клиентская служба.
Let's look at some examples. Listen and repeat or speak along with the native speakers.
Я бы хотела поговорить с торговым представителем.
Одну секунду.
Я бы хотела поговорить с менеджером.
Одну секунду.
Я бы хотела поговорить с клиентской службой.
Одну секунду.
Okay, now it's your turn. Do you remember how to say, I'd like to speak with person?
Я бы хотела поговорить с.
Person. And how do you answer it?
Одну секунду.
Imagine you want to talk to a sales representative. Do you remember how to say, a sales representative?
Торговый представитель. Торговый представитель.
Say, I'd like to speak with a sales representative.
Я бы хотела поговорить с торговым представителем.
Now say you want to talk to a sales representative and answer it.
Я бы хотела поговорить с торговым представителем.
Одну секунду.
Now, imagine you want to talk to the manager. Do you remember how to say, the manager?
Менеджер. Менеджер.
Say, I'd like to speak with the manager.
Я бы хотела поговорить с менеджером.
Now say you want to talk to the manager and answer it.
Я бы хотела поговорить с менеджером.
Одну секунду.
Now imagine you want to talk to customer service. Do you remember how to say customer service?
Клиентская служба. Клиентская служба.
Say, I'd like to speak with customer service.
Я бы хотела поговорить с клиентской службой.
Now say you want to talk to customer service and answer it.
Я бы хотела поговорить с клиентской службой.
Одну секунду.
Помогать. Help. Помогать. Помогать. Help. Ее целью в жизни было помогать другим людям. Her purpose in life was to help other people. Ее целью в жизни было помогать другим людям. Учить. Learn. Учить. Учить. Learn. Думайте на языке, который хотите учить. Think in the language you want to learn. Думайте на языке, который хотите учить. Двигать. Move. Двигать. Двигать. Move. Ты можешь двигать руками? Can you move your arms? Ты можешь двигать руками. 17. 17. 17. 17. 17. Ей 17 лет. She's 17 years old. Ей 17 лет. 18. 18. 18. 18. 18. Я получил водительские права в 18 лет. I got my driver's license when I was 18. Я получил водительские права в 18 лет. 19. 19. 19. 19. 19. Что можно купить на 19 рублей? What can you buy for 19 rubles? Что можно купить на 19 рублей? 20. 20. 20. 20. 20. Через год мне будет 20 лет. I'll be 20 in a year. Через год мне будет 20 лет. Шея. Neck. Шея. Шея. Neck. Зебры трутся шеями. Zebras are rubbing their necks. Зебры трутся шеями. Лицо. Face. Лицо. Лицо. Face. Ее лицо все красное. Her face is all red. Ее лицо все красное. Ухо. Ear. Ухо. Ухо. Ear. Я хочу что-то сказать тебе на ухо. I want to tell you something into your ear. Я хочу что-то сказать тебе на ухо. Волосы. Hair. Волосы. Волосы. Hair. Можете выпрямить мне волосы? Can you straighten my hair? Можете выпрямить мне волосы? Гора. Mountain. Гора. Гора. Mountain. В горах очень свежий воздух. The air in the mountains is very fresh. В горах очень свежий воздух. Пляж. Beach. Пляж. Пляж. Beach. Отдыхать на пляже. Relax at the beach. Отдыхать на пляже. Тропический лес. Rainforest. Тропический лес. Тропический лес. Rainforest. Тропические леса Амазонки обширны. The Amazon rainforest is very large. Тропические леса Амазонки обширны. Остров. Island. Остров. Остров. Island. Мы отправимся на остров на пароме. We will take the ferry ride to go to the island. Мы отправимся на остров на пароме. Словарь. Dictionary. Словарь. Словарь. Dictionary. Держите под рукой словарь, чтобы пополнять словарный запас. Have your dictionary ready to help improve your vocabulary. Держите под рукой словарь, чтобы пополнять словарный запас. Голубой. Blue. Голубой. Голубой. Blue. Мне нравится твое голубое платье. I like your blue dress. Мне нравится твое голубое платье. Желтый. Yellow. Желтый. Желтый. Yellow. В Пчела опыляет желтый цветок. The bee is pollinating the yellow flower. Пчела опыляет желтый цветок. Оранжевый. Orange. Оранжевый. Оранжевый. Orange. Я хочу оранжевую рубашку. I want an orange shirt. Я хочу оранжевую рубашку. Цвет. Color. Цвет. Цвет. Color. Можете поменять на другой цвет? Can you exchange it for another color? Можете поменять на другой цвет. Скучно. Boring. Скучно. Скучно. Boring. Я все время меняю способы изучения языка, чтобы не стало скучно. I change the ways I study frequently, so it doesn't get boring. Я все время меняю способы изучения языка, чтобы не стало скучно. Волнительный. Exciting. Волнительный. Волнительный. Exciting. Это был волнительный момент для родителей, когда их дочь получала диплом. It was a very exciting moment for her parents when their daughter received a diploma. Это был волнительный момент для родителей, когда их дочь получала диплом. Важный. Important. Важный. Важный. Important. Это очень важный документ. This is a very important document. Это очень важный документ. Кредитная карта. Credit card. Кредитная карта. Кредитная карта. Credit card. Это твоя кредитная карта? Is it your credit card? Это твоя кредитная карта? Ключ. Key. Ключ. Ключ. Key. Вот ключ от машины. Here is a car key. Вот ключ от машины. Водительские права. Driver's license. Водительские права. Водительские права. Driver's license. Покажите свои водительские права. Show me your driving license. Покажите свои водительские права. Лес. Forest. Лес. Лес. forest. Мальчик потерялся в лесу. The boy got lost in the forest. Мальчик потерялся в лесу. Река. River. Река. Река. River. Он живет в прекрасной долине рядом с рекой. He lives in a beautiful valley near the river. Он живет в прекрасной долине рядом с рекой. Океан. Ocean. Океан. Океан. Ocean. Дельфин плавает в океане. The dolphin is swimming in the ocean. Дельфин плавает в океане. Озеро. Lake. Озеро. Озеро. Lake. Байкал – самое глубокое озеро в мире. Lake Baikal is the deepest lake in the world. Байкал – самое глубокое озеро в мире. Документ. Document. Документ. Документ. Document. Вот мои документы. Here are my documents. Вот мои документы. Компьютер. Computer. Компьютер. Компьютер. Computer. Я дал ему свой компьютер на время. I gave him my computer for a while. Я дал ему свой компьютер на время. Fax. Fax machine. Fax. Fax. Fax machine. У вас есть факс? Do you have a fax machine? У вас есть факс? Принтер. Printer. Принтер. Принтер. Printer. Принтер имеет низкий уровень шума. The printer has a low noise level. Принтер имеет низкий уровень шума. Механический карандаш. Mechanical pencil. Механический карандаш. Механический карандаш. Mechanical pencil. Где ты купил этот механический карандаш? Where did you buy this mechanical pencil? Где ты купил этот механический карандаш? Линейка. Ruler. Линейка. Линейка. Ruler. Я редко использую линейку. I don't use a ruler much. Я редко использую линейку. Маркер. Marker. Маркер. Маркер. Marker. В маркере заканчиваются чернила. The marker is running low on ink. В маркере заканчиваются чернила. Банк. Bank. Банк. Банк. Bank. Банки работают в воскресенье? Are banks open on Sunday? Банки работают в воскресенье. Магазин. Convenience store. Магазин. Магазин. Convenience store. Я подрабатываю в магазине. I work part-time at a convenience store. Я подрабатываю в магазине. Больница. Hospital. Больница. Больница. Hospital. Завтра я пойду в больницу. Tomorrow I'm going to hospital. Завтра я пойду в больницу. Бумажник. Wallet. Бумажник. Бумажник. Wallet. Я купил новый бумажник. I bought a new wallet. Я купил новый бумажник. Сумочка. Purse. Сумочка. Сумочка. Purse. Вчера я потеряла сумочку. Yesterday I lost my purse. Вчера я потеряла сумочку. Заказ. Order. Заказ. Заказ. Order. Вы уже сделали заказ? Have you made your order yet? Вы уже сделали заказ? Поле. Field. Поле. Поле. Field. Коровы пасутся в поле. The cows are grazing in the field. Коровы пасутся в поле. Пустыня. Desert. Пустыня. Пустыня. Desert. Солнце палит над жаркой пустыней. The sun is heating the hot desert. Солнце палит над жаркой пустыней. Начальник. Boss. Начальник. Начальник. Boss. Начальник бесит. My boss is annoying. Начальник бесит. Офис. Office. Офис. Офис. Office. Какой офис твой? Which one is your office? Какой офис твой? Коллега. Coworker. Коллега. Коллега. Coworker. Познакомься, это Лера, моя коллега. Let me introduce you. This is Lera, my coworker. Познакомься, это Лера, моя коллега. Встреча. Meeting. Встреча. Встреча. Meeting. Встреча с директором назначена на 8 утра. The meeting with the director is scheduled for 8 a.m. Встреча с директором назначена на 8 утра. Отделение полиции. Police station. Отделение полиции. Отделение полиции. Police station. Я хочу пойти в отделение полиции. I want to go to the police station. Я хочу пойти в отделение полиции. Аптека. Pharmacy. Аптека. Аптека. Pharmacy. Поблизости есть аптека? Is there a pharmacy nearby? Поблизости есть аптека. Выпечка. Bakery. Выпечка. Выпечка. Bakery. В этом магазине всегда свежая выпечка. There's always a fresh bakery in this shop. В этом магазине всегда свежая выпечка. Кинотеатр. Movie theater. Кинотеатр. Кинотеатр. Movie theater. В какой кинотеатр ты хочешь пойти? Which movie theater do you want to visit? В какой кинотеатр ты хочешь пойти? Переговоры. Negotiation. Переговоры. Переговоры. Negotiation. Мы организовали переговоры в первой половине дня, чтобы принять решение до конца дня. We organized negotiations in the first half of the day to be able to make a decision by the end of the day. Мы организовали переговоры в первой половине дня, чтобы принять решение до конца дня. Договор. Contract. Договор. Договор. Contract. Нам нужно уточнить пункты договора. We need to specify points of the contract. Нам нужно уточнить пункты договора. Дело. Business. Дело. Дело. Business. Нам нужно обсудить это дело. We need to discuss this business. Нам нужно обсудить это дело. Сделка. Deal. Сделка. Сделка. Deal. Это хорошая сделка. This is a good deal. Это хорошая сделка. Занят. Busy. Занят. Занят. Busy. Абонент занят. The line is busy. Абонент занят. Серьезный. Serious. Серьезный. Серьезный. Serious. Это серьезная ошибка. It's a serious mistake. Это серьезная ошибка. Устал. Tired. Устал. Устал. Tired. Спасибо, но я очень устал. Thanks, but I'm really tired. Спасибо, но я очень устал. Начальник. Superior. Начальник. Начальник. Superior. Мой начальник очень спокойный. My superior is very calm. Мой начальник очень спокойный. Компания. Company. Компания. Компания. Company. Компания пригласила поп-исполнителя для промо-акции. The company invited a pop artist for a promotion campaign. Компания пригласила поп-исполнителя для промо-акции. Зарплата. Salary. Зарплата. Зарплата. Salary. У меня маленькая зарплата. I have a small salary. У меня маленькая зарплата. Радио. Radio. Радио. Радио. Radio. Мне нравится слушать радио перед сном. I like to listen to the radio before going to sleep. Мне нравится слушать радио перед сном. Телевизор. Television. Телевизор. Телевизор. Television. Семья смотрит телевизор. The family is watching television. Семья смотрит телевизор. Интернет. 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 Используй интернет. Он полон ресурсов для прослушивания. Use the internet. It's full of listening resources. Используй интернет. Он полон ресурсов для прослушивания. Газета. Newspaper. Газета. Газета. Newspaper. Это свежая газета. Is it a fresh newspaper? Это свежая газета. Новостной канал. News channel. Новостной канал. Новостной канал. News channel. Я включаю новостной канал вечером. I turn on the news channel in the evening. Я включаю новостной канал вечером. Музыкальный инструмент. Musical instrument. Музыкальный инструмент. Музыкальный инструмент. Musical instrument. На каком музыкальном инструменте ты играешь? What musical instrument are you playing? На каком музыкальном инструменте ты играешь? Картина. Painting. Картина. Картина. Painting. В Эрмитаже находится картина Рембрандта «Возвращение блудного сына». There is a painting by Rembrandt in Hermitage called The Return of the Prodigal Son. В Эрмитаже находится картина Рембрандта «Возвращение блудного сына». Театр. Theater. Театр. Театр. Theater. Каждый месяц Таня ходит в театр. Every month, Tanya goes to the theater. Каждый месяц Таня ходит в театр. Musical. 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 В этом мюзикле красивая хореография. The choreography of this musical is beautiful. В этом мюзикле красивая хореография. Опера. Opera. Опера. Опера. Opera. Опера появилась в России в XVIII веке. Opera came to Russia in the 18th century. Опера появилась в России в XVIII веке. Расслабиться. Relax. Расслабиться. Расслабиться. Relax. Остаться дома и расслабиться. Stay at home and relax. Остаться дома и расслабиться. Маркерная доска. Whiteboard. Маркерная доска. Маркерная доска. Whiteboard. В нашем офисе в каждой комнате для переговоров есть маркерная доска. In our office, there is a whiteboard in every meeting room. В нашем офисе в каждой комнате для переговоров есть маркерная доска. Доска. Blackboard. Доска. Доска. Blackboard. Мне не видно доску. I can't see the blackboard. Мне не видно доску. Тест. Test. Тест. 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 Этот тест состоит из 10 вопросов. This test consists of 10 questions. Этот тест состоит из 10 вопросов. Учебник. Textbook. Учебник. Учебник. Textbook. Не заворачивайте учебник в туалетную бумагу. Don't use toilet paper to wrap your textbook. Не заворачивайте учебник в туалетную бумагу. Перед. Front. Перед. Перед. Front. Не позорь меня перед моими друзьями. Don't embarrass me in front of my friends. Не позорь меня перед моими друзьями. Работа. Job. Работа. Работа. Job. Почему ты уходишь с работы? Why are you leaving your job? Почему ты уходишь с работы? Президент. President. Президент. Президент. President. В этот день президент Российской Федерации вручает государственные награды. On this day, the President of Russia Federation presents government awards. В этот день президент Российской Федерации вручает государственные награды. Промышленность. Industry. Промышленность. Промышленность. Industry. Промышленность должна сократить количество отходов. Industries need to reduce their wastes. Промышленность должна сократить количество отходов. Ремень. Belt. Ремень. Ремень. Belt. Мужчина забыл свой ремень. A man forgot his belt. Мужчина забыл свой ремень. Монета. Coin. Монета. Монета. Coin. Две стороны одной монеты. Two sides of one coin. Две стороны одной монеты. Деньги. Money. Деньги. Деньги. Money. Извините, что поздно возвращаю вам деньги. Sorry for giving you your money back late. Извините, что поздно возвращаю вам деньги. Дебетовая карта. Debit card. Дебетовая карта. Дебетовая карта. Debit card. Дебетовая карта не может быть заблокирована банком. The debit card cannot be blocked by the bank. Дебетовая карта не может быть заблокирована банком. Счет. Bill. Счет. Счет. Bill. Девушка, счет, пожалуйста. Waitress, the bill, please. Девушка, счет, пожалуйста. Фотография. Photography. Фотография. Фотография. Photography. Ты изучаешь фотографию? Are you studying photography? Ты изучаешь фотографию. Снимать. Take off. Снимать. Снимать. Take off. Можно я сниму пальто? Can I take off my jacket? Можно я сниму пальто? Спальня. Bedroom. Спальня. Спальня. Bedroom. Не заходи ко мне в спальню. Don't enter my bedroom. Не заходи ко мне в спальню. Кухня. Kitchen. Кухня. Кухня. Kitchen. У меня такая маленькая кухня, даже стол некуда поставить. My kitchen is so small, there is even no space to put a table. У меня такая маленькая кухня, даже стол некуда поставить. Ванная. Bathroom. Ванная. Ванная. Bathroom. В ванной есть маленькое окошко. The bathroom has a tiny window. В ванной есть маленькое окошко. Окончание. Graduation. Окончание. Окончание. Graduation. После окончания школы начинается взрослая жизнь. The adult life begins after graduation from high school. После окончания школы начинается взрослая жизнь. Повышение. Promotion. Повышение. Повышение. Promotion. Он заслужил это повышение. He earned this promotion. Он заслужил это повышение. Годовщина. Anniversary. Годовщина. Годовщина. Anniversary. У отца совсем вылетело из головы, что сегодня их годовщина свадьбы. It slipped my dad's mind that today is their wedding anniversary. У отца совсем вылетело из головы, что сегодня их годовщина свадьбы. Похороны. Funeral. Похороны. Похороны. Funeral. Так много людей пришло на его похороны. So many people came to his funeral. Так много людей пришло на его похороны. Свадьба. Wedding. Свадьба. Свадьба. Wedding. На какую дату назначена ваша свадьба? On what date is your wedding scheduled? На какую дату назначена ваша свадьба? Объяснить. Explain. Объяснить. Объяснить. Explain. Можешь объяснить мне это еще раз? Can you explain that to me once more? Можешь объяснить мне это еще раз? Позади. Back. Позади. Позади. Back. Позади нашего дома есть сад. At the back of our house we have a garden. Позади нашего дома есть сад. Восток. East. Восток. Восток. East. Всегда мечтал поехать на восток. I always dreamed to go to the east. Всегда мечтал поехать на восток.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is the power of textbooks and digital detox. In this digital age where we're all using apps and smartphones to learn languages, you might not think of a textbook as the first resource to turn to, right? But if you're avoiding textbooks, then you're missing out on some powerful language learning benefits. So today you'll learn why textbooks are still a powerful resource in the digital age, why some, but not all, digital resources might hurt your ability to learn, and how to do a digital detox and learn off-screen with our program. And we're giving away a brand new conversation cheat sheet, so keep watching. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Getting Sick Conversation Cheat Sheet. Are you able to describe your symptoms in your target language? If not, download our new conversation sheet and learn must-know words and phrases for the doctor. Second, the Language Learning Starter Pack PDF ebook. If you're new to the language, do you know what words to learn first? With this ebook, you'll get over 70 basic words and phrases that beginners need to know. Start with these words first. Download it right now. Third, can you talk about economics in your target language? Learn how to say profit, demand, taxes, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, 30 must-know opposite nouns. Learn how to say day and night, question and answer, and much more. You'll pick up more than 30 words with this vocab bonus. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. The power of textbooks and digital detox. You probably have some language learning apps on your phone, right? But do you have any textbooks? Let us know in the comment section. Digital resources like apps and physical resources like books have their pros and cons. But if you're learning with digital resources only, you might be missing out on some benefits that come with physical resources. What are they? First, a digital detox. This is a basic one. A textbook gives you a break from the screen. You're not sitting in front of so much blue light all day, which can have an impact on your sleep. That's just for your overall health. Second, the ability to focus and improve your focus. Here's a question for you. How long is your attention span? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? The thing is, attention and the ability to focus are crucial for learning and succeeding with any goal in life. But if you're learning on a device, you'll get pop-ups and notifications. If you're on YouTube, well, the algorithm will have you watching cat videos soon enough. These things are designed to keep you jumping from one thing to the next, and all of this hurts your attention span and your ability to learn. With a book, it's much easier to focus, and consistently learning with one can help improve your focus. Third, if the book has a really good story to follow, it makes it more fun to learn. This may not be something you can find in every textbook, but you can find it in textbook resources like bilingual storybooks. Fourth, you get a clear path to follow. Textbooks give you a linear path from page 1 to 100. You know where to go next, how far you are from the end, and what you have left to learn. With an app, you'll be forever swiping and not really knowing if you're getting anywhere. Fifth, textbooks have gone through academic rigor, meaning they've been made by teachers or checked by teachers. So you're learning the correct forms, the correct language, and you can rely on it to be accurate. If you Google for blogs about phrases to learn, there's a chance the information is not completely accurate. Sixth, textbook lessons are curated and organized so that what you learn on page 1 helps you understand page 2 and so on. It builds you up and teaches you crucial language skills that beginners need to know, like how to introduce yourself first, then how to grow that conversation. As an added bonus, you can write in them. What about the downsides of textbooks? There are a few. The content gets old fast. Language always changes. There's new slang. So that's where digital lessons do well. Also, books can get boring and overwhelming. An approach you can consider for a textbook is to put in a certain amount of time, say 20 or 30 minutes a day, and then walk away, so you're not overwhelmed. But by providing a digital detox, allowing us a framework for focus, offering reduced distractions, being easy to follow and accurate, textbooks are powerful in a digital world. So, should you go for digital detox and get a textbook? If you can handle a bit of change to your routine, then why not? If you're worried about learning the same thing from 2 sources, don't worry. Learning something like a grammar rule from multiple angles will only help you understand it better and reinforce your memory. A book will give you a clear direction of where to go, what to learn, and challenge your mind in ways that digital lessons might not. So, how do you do a digital detox and learn with our program? First, you can print out our extensive reading books. Extensive reading is a learning tactic where you read books that are appropriate for your level, and the goal is quantity over quality. You should read a lot and skip over the words you don't know. To access these, just visit the lesson library to find our extensive reading books. Second, download our PDF lesson notes and print them out. The lesson notes give you the lesson in writing, the dialogue, the vocab, grammar explanations, sample sentences, and cultural insights. Find the lesson notes in every one of your lessons. Third, use our printable visual flashcards. With these, you'll learn over 1,500 of the most common words. If you want the link to the visual flashcards, just leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Fourth, you can also use our printable conversation cheat sheets. With these, you'll learn words and phrases for the most common conversation topics. If you want the link to our collection of cheat sheets, again, leave a comment and we'll reply with it. Remember, the ultimate goal here is to go for a digital detox, challenge your brain in a new way, and try new resources. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to start conversations, talking points for language learners. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Have you ever started learning a language but just couldn't continue? Why does this happen? And what do successful language learners do differently? In this video, we're going to talk about why you should put your language learning on autopilot. We asked you, and the #1 reason people don't continue is time. Either you don't make the time for learning or you're just too busy. But a lot of the time, this is caused by the resources you're using. If you've downloaded 5 language apps and bought 2 books, you'll get overwhelmed about where to start and what to do next. So what do successful language learners do? Successful learners don't overwhelm themselves thinking, what should I do today? They put their learning on autopilot. Imagine this. Let's say you have a favorite TV show. A new episode comes out every Tuesday. So you know what you're doing on Tuesday night. You don't have to think about it. You don't need a reminder. It's automatic. Every Tuesday, you watch an episode. You make it into a habit. Now, how do we apply that to language learning? First, habits. If you have a habit of learning, then you're already on autopilot. So, set a small, measurable, monthly goal with a deadline, like learn 100 words or do 30 lessons by the end of the month. Once you know your goal, you can backtrack. So, for example, divide 100 words by 30 days in a month, and you get 3.33. So you should learn about 3 words a day. Now you know what to do. 3 words a day. There's no confusion. Do those 3 words and you're done. You don't need to think about what you should be doing because you already know what you're doing. It becomes a habit. The second way to stay on autopilot is with language textbooks. This is basically just because books are sequential. You just follow the pages from one until the end. You don't have to think about where to go next, so it's easy to stay on track with what you need to do. Third, the word of the day. Every day, you get a new word in your email inbox automatically. You don't have to think about it. Simply check your email, learn a word, and you're done. The fourth way is with our progress tracking tools. They spoon-feed you lessons one by one. So let's say you finished lesson 1, where you learned greetings, then you automatically load up lesson 2, where you learn a basic conversation that uses the greetings you learned in lesson 1. Then you have lesson 3 and 4, and so on. You don't have to worry about what to do next because our dashboard will keep you on track. It'll even build upon what you learned in your previous lessons, so you won't forget it. The point is to put your learning on autopilot. You need something that guides you from A to B to C, whether it's your own habits or a book that takes you from 1 to 100 or a learning program that feeds you lessons. So take one of these tips and apply it today. So, to put your learning on autopilot, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share this video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Are you focused on active language learning or passive language learning? And which is the best way to learn? In this video, you'll learn the difference between active and passive learning and some methods for each. Do you know the difference between active and passive learning? You'll find out the differences between these two. First, the difference between active and passive learning. Here's the difference. Active learning means you're actively engaging with learning material and focusing on it. For example, you're reading in your target language, you're looking up words, you're translating, you're memorizing phrases, or you're speaking out loud. So you're focused on what you're learning and you're really into it. Now, passive learning is different. It requires less concentration. It's usually done when you're doing something else. For example, doing chores, driving to work, or taking the train. You could be listening to an audio lesson or watching a video lesson. But the difference is you're not focused on picking apart every word. You're just passively taking the language in. What about you? How do you usually learn? Do you have a lot of active practice? A lot of passive practice? Do you have a combination? Let us know in the comments. Second, how you can learn both ways with our lessons. If you do a lot of passive learning, say because you're always on the go, then here are 4 simple tactics you can apply right now. 1. Press play on a lesson and just listen or watch, just like you would with YouTube. So if you're at home with your computer on, press play on a lesson and take it in. 2. Now, if you're outside, if you're going to the store or commuting, you can learn with our free Innovative Language 101 app for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. Again, open a lesson, press play, and that's it. If you want to passively review words and phrases, then check out the Vocabulary Slideshow tool. This premium study tool is available on every lesson and vocab list. Just press play, and with every slide, you'll get the word, the audio pronunciation, the translation, and sample sentences. You can even put the slideshow on loop and immerse yourself that way. And third, if you have an Amazon Echo device, then you can immerse yourself with daily audio lessons, or you can learn with the quick word of the day. You can just play a lesson and keep it in the background while you're at home. Just look for Daily Dose by Innovative Language on the Amazon Skills Store and download it for free. Now, if you're looking for some active learning practice and you have some time to concentrate, here are 5 tactics you can use right now. Number 1. Listen or watch a lesson and read along with the translations. You'll get complete translations in the lesson notes and the line-by-line dialogue. This will make your reading and listening skills skyrocket. The best part is you'll understand every single word. The translations are right in front of you. Number 2. Repeat the lesson dialogue as you hear it. This is called shadowing, and it will boost your speaking skills. Just repeat the lines that you hear until you can speak with confidence. To make it even easier, you can also get the lines in the dialogue study tool and in the lesson notes, so you can read them out loud as you hear them in the lesson. Number 3. Record yourself with our voice recorder in the dialogue study tool to perfect your pronunciation and see how close you are to a native speaker. Number 4. If you want to boost your vocabulary, study words with our smart flashcards. They sort the words for you, so you get the harder words more often until you master them, and the easy ones show up now and then to refresh your memory. And number 5, ask questions and practice. Leave a comment in the comment section. If you're a Premium Plus user, you get your very own teacher, and you can ask them to review and correct your writing and speaking. You can also ask for learning advice and get all of your questions answered. Both are great ways to learn, but which one is best? Well, that depends on you. If you have some quiet time to focus, active learning is best. But if you're on the train and you're multitasking, then passive learning is the better option. Whichever you choose, you can apply both with our language learning program. So, to test out active and passive learning, just check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Every language learner wants to speak with confidence, without struggling, and without stopping to think of words. So how do you do this? In this video, you'll learn 5 tactics to perfect your speaking. Above all, every learner wants to speak in their target language with confidence. We've run survey after survey, year after year, and the results are the same. Listening, reading, and writing are all important, but people want to improve their speaking the most. So how do you perfect your speaking skills? First, shadow the dialogues you hear in the lessons. What is shadowing? It's a learning technique where you mimic native speakers. In other words, you listen and then you repeat what they say. This is a fast and easy way to start practicing speaking. You can do this with any one of our audio or video lessons. And even easier, if you have access to the dialogue section, you can read along out loud as you listen. So shadow as much as possible to perfect your speaking and try harder lessons to take yourself to the next level. Second, read the dialogue out loud. We just mentioned this in tip 1, but this tactic deserves its own special mention. Reading out loud is another easy way to practice your speaking. Simply read the lesson dialogue that's available in the dialogue section, the lesson notes, or the lesson transcript. By reading out loud, you're practicing your speaking skills. And here's a trick. If you can get yourself to read faster, you'll be able to speak faster too. Natives tend to speak quickly, and if you can too, that's a sign that you're improving. Third, record yourself speaking to perfect your pronunciation. If you're a Premium or Premium Plus member, look for the voice recorder in the dialogue section. With this tool, you can record yourself and compare your speaking to a native speaker. This is powerful because you instantly hear the difference between your speech and the authentic native pronunciation. And then you can easily perfect your speaking and pronunciation. If you don't have a premium account, record yourself with your smartphone. And while you can't really compare, you can spot where you struggle or stutter. This tactic is used by professional speakers, public speakers, just about anyone that has to give a presentation. Fourth, if you're a Premium Plus member, record yourself and send it to your Premium Plus teacher for feedback. Here, you're getting instant feedback from a native speaker. They'll point out your mistakes, they'll tell you what to improve and how, and record themselves and work with you until you reach perfection. That's the power of having a native speaker give you feedback. So what do people usually record? Here's an easy one. Record a one-paragraph self-intro. In fact, we ask all of our new members to do this. Give your name, your age, where you're from, why you're learning, and that's it. It's a great way to get started. Our more advanced students talk about their day. They send 3 recordings, in the morning, in the afternoon, and at night. For example, I woke up at 7 a.m. and brushed my teeth. I got ready for work. My train was a little late, and so on. This can dramatically improve your speaking because you're practicing conversations that people have all the time. The 5th way to perfect your speaking, Premium Plus assignments. With this feature, you get weekly assignments based on your needs and goals, whether they're reading, writing, listening, or speaking. If you want to improve your speaking, your Premium Plus teacher will send you speaking assignments non-stop every week and provide you with constant feedback. This is all part of your personalized learning experience. So take advantage of our tools and put these tactics to use. And remember, if you want to master your language with our complete language learning program, now's your chance. So to test out these tips and start speaking now, check out our complete language learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account by clicking on the link in the description. Get tons of resources to have you speaking in your target language. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Renting an Apartment Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn how to say, how much is the rent? How many bedrooms are there? And much more with this new PDF cheat sheet. Second, printable visual flashcards that'll improve your vocabulary. Want to speak more of the language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll easily master over 1,500 words. Just download and print these flashcards out. Third, the top 50 marine animals and fish. How well do you know animal names in your target language? With this lesson, you'll learn how to say shark, whale, dolphin, and much more. Fourth, how to talk about your day in 20 phrases. If you can't talk about your day yet, this 1-minute lesson will get you speaking. You'll learn 20 must-know phrases, from talking about waking up and brushing your teeth to dinner and going to sleep. Fifth, looking for a new language learning app? With the Innovative 101 app, you learn language fast and start speaking in minutes because the audio and video lessons are just 3 to 15 minutes long. Learning is that easy. Download Innovative 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 35% off Basic, Premium, or Premium Plus with the summer sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Снаружи. Outside. Снаружи. Снаружи. Outside. Я хочу сесть снаружи. I want to sit outside. Я хочу сесть снаружи. Внутри. Inside. Внутри. Внутри. Inside. Ты был внутри этого замка? Have you been inside this castle? Ты был внутри этого замка. Налево. Left. Налево. Налево. Left. Идите прямо, потом поверните налево на втором перекрестке. Go straight and then turn left at the second intersection. Идите прямо, потом поверните налево на втором перекрестке. Направо. Right. Направо. Направо. Right. Поверните направо на следующем светофоре. Turn right at the next light. Поверните направо на следующем светофоре. Первый. First. Первый. Первый. First. Первый раз всегда самый трудный. The first time is always the most difficult. Первый раз всегда самый трудный. Второй. Second. Второй. Второй. Second. На мой второй день рождения мне подарили мягкую игрушку. On my second birthday, my present was a stuffed animal. На мой второй день рождения мне подарили мягкую игрушку. Третий. Third. Третий. Третий. Third. Новосибирск – третий по населенности город в России. Novosibirsk is the third most populated city in Russia. Новосибирск – третий по населенности город в России. Мыло. Soap. Мыло. Мыло. Soap. Принимайте ванну с мылом каждый день. Bathe with soap and water every day. Принимайте ванну с мылом каждый день. Зубная щетка. Toothbrush. Зубная щетка. Зубная щетка. Toothbrush. Я забыл свою зубную щетку. I forgot my toothbrush. Я забыл свою зубную щетку. Зубная паста. Toothpaste. Зубная паста. Зубная паста. Toothpaste. У нас кончилась зубная паста. We're out of toothpaste. У нас кончилась зубная паста. Шампунь. Shampoo. Шампунь. Шампунь. Shampoo. Этот шампунь мне не подходит. This shampoo isn't suitable for me. Этот шампунь мне не подходит. Информация. Information. Информация. Информация. Information. Информация дорого стоит. Information costs a lot. Информация дорого стоит. Фермер. Farmer. Фермер. Фермер. Farmer. Фермер на пшеничном поле. The farmer is in the wheat field. Фермер на пшеничном поле. Секретарь. Secretary. Секретарь. Секретарь. Secretary. Секретарь разговаривает по телефону. The secretary is on the phone. Секретарь разговаривает по телефону. Банкир. Banker. Банкир. Банкир. Banker. Я встретилась с 10 банкирами, прежде чем получила кредит на покупку дома. I met with 10 bankers before I received a loan to buy a house. Я встретилась с 10 банкирами, прежде чем получила кредит на покупку дома. Писатель. Writer. Писатель. Писатель. Writer. Писатель пишет главную сюжетную линию на бумаге. The writer is outlining a story on paper. Писатель пишет главную сюжетную линию на бумаге. Пробовать. Try. Пробовать. Пробовать. Try. Я хочу попробовать понять. I want to try to understand. Я хочу попробовать понять. Измерить. Measure. Измерить. Измерить. Measure. Можно приблизительно. Не нужно измерять до миллиметра. More or less is fine. You don't have to measure every millimeter. Можно приблизительно. Не нужно измерять до миллиметра. Держать. Keep. Держать. Держать. Keep. Я держу документы в папке. I keep the documents in the file. Я держу документы в папке. Ждать. Wait. Ждать. Ждать. Wait. Вам придется подождать полчаса. You will have to wait for half an hour. Вам придется подождать полчаса.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to start conversations, talking points for language learners. How do you start a conversation in a language that you're learning? Believe it or not, it's actually very easy to do. And in this lesson, we'll give you tips and resources to get you speaking more of your target language. You'll discover 1. Talking points for language learners, 2. The top 5 ways to start a conversation, and 3. Resources to help you master these talking points. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Renting an Apartment Conversation Cheat Sheet. Learn how to say, how much is the rent? How many bedrooms are there? And much more with this new PDF cheat sheet. Second, visual flashcards that'll improve your vocabulary. Want to speak more of the target language? You'll need to learn more words. And with our new printable visual flashcards, you'll easily master over 1,500 words. Just download and print these visual flashcards out. Third, the top 50 marine animals and fish. How well do you know animal names in your target language? With this quick lesson, you'll learn how to say shark, whale, dolphin, and much more. Fourth, how to talk about your day in 20 phrases. If you can't talk about your day yet, this 1-minute lesson will get you speaking. You'll learn 20 must-know phrases, from talking about waking up and brushing your teeth to dinner and going to sleep. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to start conversations, talking points for language learners. Starting a conversation can be intimidating for most people, even in their own native language. So it's understandable if you feel even more intimidated starting a conversation in another language. But if you do want to speak more of your target language and get more practice, that's exactly what you'll need to do. Have conversations with native speakers. Part 1. Talking points for language learners. The good news is starting a conversation in another language is much easier because 1. Native speakers will realize that you're learning and will go easy on you. And 2. You don't know enough of the language to worry about saying something clever, and that's totally fine. So you can easily start with basic phrases. So, how exactly do you start a conversation? You'll need something called a talking point. A talking point is simply a topic or a thing to talk about. For example, weather's a very common talking point. You can say, nice weather today, to someone and start a conversation from that. And after that, you can ask them where they're from or talk about the city, like, wow, this is a great city, which is another basic talking point. And now you have a conversation going, all from a simple talking point and a simple comment about the weather. So, what are some common talking points? Let's get into part 2. Part 2, the top 5 ways to start a conversation. Again, a good thing about having conversations in another language is that it's okay and natural to focus on simple topics for a while. So, here are 5 easy ways to start conversations in your target language. And if you're already learning with our language program, then you've already learned some of these within your first few lessons. 1. Introduce yourself in your target language. Sometimes, starting a conversation or continuing one is as simple as introducing yourself. You can also use this if you've started with a different topic, like the weather. Then it makes sense to say, by the way, my name is. You'll learn how to introduce yourself in the very first lesson of our program. 2. The weather. People talk about the weather all over the world, so you should learn weather phrases in your target language. Just saying, it's really nice today, is enough to start a conversation. If you want to talk about the weather, check out our Can Talk About Weather learning pathway. This series of lessons teaches you how to talk about the weather in your target language. 3. Compliments. Compliments are a great way to start a conversation. You can compliment something about their city, their country, or something about their culture. 4. Ask for help. So, for example, you can ask for directions about the price of something and let the conversation go from there. These are very basic phrases that you learn in our survival phrases lessons. And 5, learn phrases for transactions, like getting a room at a hotel or telling the taxi driver where to go. These are very easy ways to start a dialogue, and you can easily move into other topics. Again, you learn all of these with our survival phrases lessons. Of course, these are not the only talking points or icebreakers you can use. If you can think of more, go ahead and use them. Which one would you use? Leave us a comment. Now, how do you actually learn the language around these talking points? Part 3. Resources to help you master these talking points. First, take our lessons. If you haven't yet signed up for a free lifetime account to our learning program, you can do so now. In every lesson, you learn a basic conversation, like the weather, introducing yourself, asking for directions, and more. And this gives you all the lines you'll need to start and continue a conversation in real life. And if you want to find lessons related to a specific talking point, like the weather, you can find them in our lesson library. Second, use our conversation PDF cheat sheets. These cheat sheets are a quick summary of our actual lessons and give you the must-know phrases and vocabulary for topics like family, weather, travel, getting directions, and much more. Third, come up with a list of phrases and questions you'd want to use in a conversation, and then ask your Premium Plus teacher for translations. Or use an online translation tool, although that may not always be perfect. Either way, you'll have lines that you can use to start conversations. Fourth, use our free vocabulary and phrase lists. There, you'll find hundreds of vocabulary and phrase lists across all kinds of topics: holidays, common phrases, phrases for weather, phrases for restaurants, and much more. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about the 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! You're learning a language, but here's a question. Do you actually remember what you've learned? Or do you forget everything a day later? If you're forgetting everything and not making any real progress, it might be because you're missing a crucial part of the learning process, the actual practice and assessment. For that, you'll want the assessments inside our learning program. And in this video, you'll discover 1. How to access the assessments and start practicing. 2. How you'll learn faster and remember everything. And 3. How you can get your language assessed by native teachers. Let's jump in. 1. How to access the assessments and start practicing. First, what are assessments? These are multiple choice and teacher-graded exercises that test you on what you've learned so far and give you a chance to practice your language so that you don't forget what you learned. If you're learning with our language program, then you automatically get an assessment after every couple of lessons. This is to make sure you're practicing and retaining the language. If you haven't tried the study tool yet, sign up for a free lifetime account and get access right now. You'll find the assessments inside our recommended learning pathway. 2. How you'll learn faster and remember everything. So after you've completed a few lessons, you'll get a quick multiple-choice assessment that tests you on all the words and grammar rules you learned. Answer the questions the best you can, and you'll get instant results showing you what you got right and wrong. That way, you'll know if you've remembered anything, and you'll know what your weak points are. But there's more. Just by taking these assessments, you're improving your memory. That's because you're using a science-backed learning method called active recall. Active recall is where you try to recall or remember without looking at the answer, and in doing so, you strengthen your memory. Plus, you get to practice and use the language that you've learned, instead of letting it fade away from your memory. 3. How you can get your language assessed by native teachers. You also get hand-graded assessment exercises on speaking and writing, which are graded by our team of native teachers. With these assessments, you can submit a recording of yourself speaking or submit a piece of writing, and our teachers will assess your skills and give you feedback. Getting feedback from a native is one of the fastest ways to improve your language skills. Remember, you'll find our assessment exercises peppered throughout our recommended learning pathway. So, if you want to start learning the language with our learning program and make sure you remember everything with these assessments, sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. And if you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a new language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. I'll see you next time. Bye! Want to learn and speak more of your target language? You'll need to learn more words, and you can do that with printable visual flashcards. So here's how you can learn over 1,500 words easily with a free printable resource that boosts your retention, keeps you focused on one word at a time, and makes learning fun. In this video, you'll discover 1. How to get our printable visual flashcards for free, 2. How you'll learn words and phrases even faster, and 3. 5 ways to learn with the flashcards. First, what are visual flashcards? Visual flashcards are our printable flashcards that teach you 1,500 words across 60 topics. All words come with images and translations for easy retention, and they're an easy way for beginners to boost their vocabulary. So, how do you get them? How to get our printable visual flashcards for free. Just click the link and sign up for a free lifetime account to our learning program. Our learning program teaches you the language through audio and video lessons, study tools, and one-on-one access to a teacher. These visual flashcards are a free supplemental resource for anyone interested in learning. Once you've signed up, check your email to confirm your account and download the free visual flashcards. Then, print out the PDF files, cut out the cards, and start learning. How you'll learn words and phrases even faster. Learning words can be difficult. If you're learning on your phone or computer, you have tons of notifications and distractions competing for your attention. You can also overwhelm yourself by learning too many words at once and forgetting them all. So, how can you learn faster? Our visual flashcards are a physical resource, which means there are no distractions, and they're right in front of you, unlike an app that's buried somewhere in your phone, so you can easily start learning. You get 1 word per card, so you can focus on 1 word at a time. No distractions, no giant word lists, just 1 word at a time, which takes a second to learn. All cards include the word in the target language, the translation, and a picture to help the meaning stick better. And you can easily run through the cards and test yourself until you remember each and every word. With visual flashcards, you learn 1,500 of the most common words, which means you don't waste time learning words that aren't useful for beginners. 5 ways to learn with the flashcards. Once you've downloaded and printed the flashcards, how do you learn? 1. Set aside 5 to 10 minutes and pick out 20 cards. Spend the first half reviewing the cards and the second half testing yourself on the meanings. 2. For the words that you struggle with, keep them in a separate pile. That way, you can focus on just the hard words and skip the ones you know. 3. Since the words are separated across 60 topics, you can focus on 1 topic at a time and keep at it until you're done with all 60 topics. 4. Place the cards on the objects they represent around your home. Or 5. Turn it into a game with your friends. Have them quiz you on the words. Pick which way works best for you and learn with our visual flashcards. So, if you want to boost your vocabulary and speak more of your target language, download our visual flashcards for free right now. Just click the link and sign up for a free lifetime account to our learning program. Since you're learning the language, do you also learn while you're on the go, like on the way to work or on a walk? Do you put small blocks of time to productive use? If not, here's how. In this video, you'll discover how to learn a language anywhere, anytime with our free app. Second, you'll find out how to learn 2 times faster with study tools. Third, how to test your language skills. Fourth, how to learn with your own teacher. And 5th, how to get free bonus language lessons just for watching this video. So let's jump in. 1. How to learn a language in minutes, anywhere you are. First, download our innovative 101 app for your iPhone, iPad, or Android. Just click the link in the description to download it and sign up for your free lifetime account. Once you're in, we give you 1 clear pathway of lessons to follow. Just press play on a lesson and you'll absorb a practical conversation. You'll also learn all of the words and grammar rules in minutes. Yes, in minutes, because lessons are just a few minutes long, which means you can easily learn the language while you're commuting to work, going to the store, or while out on a walk. You can put that time to productive use. 2. How to learn 2 times faster with study tools. If you're a serious learner and want to succeed with the language, check out our study tools to help you master words, grammar rules, and conversations even faster. Just scroll down in the lesson to access the tools. You can understand the conversation in full with the line-by-line audio and the translations. Review the key lesson vocabulary with the vocab list. And master the grammar with our in-depth lesson notes. 3. How to test and practice your language skills. You also get assessments after every few lessons to test you on what you've learned and give you the chance to practice the language. You'll find assessments peppered throughout the learning pathway, and they'll only take a few minutes to complete, which means you can easily do them while you're out and about. You get results instantly so that you know what you've mastered and what your weak points are. 4. How to learn with your own teacher on the go. If you're a Premium Plus member, you can also learn with your own teacher. Just visit My Teacher inside the app. There, you can interact with your teacher, practice writing, ask questions about the language, send audio and video recordings of yourself speaking the language, and get corrections and feedback. All of this through the app. 5. How to get free bonus language lessons. Since you've watched this far, here's a free bonus that many users don't know about. We release 3 to 5 new lessons a week, every week, non-stop, and they're free for 3 weeks before going into our lesson library, which means you can learn the language for free and get new lessons every week with our innovative 101 app. How? Just open up the menu inside the app and tap on Newest Lessons to unlock them. So if you're not yet learning a language while you're on the go, here's your chance to turn those small blocks of time into something productive. Download the innovative 101 app for your iPhone, iPad, or Android. Just click the link in the description. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? You can learn how. This new cheat sheet teaches you must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket? How much is the train pass? And much more. Second, the Ultimate Guide to Beginner Language ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. Fifth, free language learning audiobooks for anyone who sees this video. If you watch this far, then here's a free bonus. We're giving all of our users free access to our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 40% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Epic sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Чайник. Kettle. Чайник. Чайник. Kettle. Чайник стоит на плите. The kettle is on the stove. Чайник стоит на плите. Кастрюля. Pot. Кастрюля. Кастрюля. Pot. Шоколад растаял в кастрюле. The chocolate melted in the pot. Шоколад растаял в кастрюле. Лягушка. Frog. Лягушка. Лягушка. Frog. Лягушка сидит на бревне. The frog is on the log. Лягушка сидит на бревне. Голубь. Pigeon. Голубь. Голубь. Pigeon. Из голубя выходит маленький, но ароматный ужин. A pigeon makes a small but flavorful dinner. Из голубя выходит маленький, но ароматный ужин. Путеводитель. Guidebook. Путеводитель. Путеводитель. Guidebook. Путеводитель даст вам информацию, полезную для вашего путешествия. A guidebook will give you helpful information for your trip. Путеводитель даст вам информацию, полезную для вашего путешествия. Вход. Entrance. Вход. Вход. Entrance. Девочка идет ко входу. The girl is moving toward the entrance. Девочка идет ко входу. Гид. Tour guide. Гид. Гид. Tour guide. Гид поможет вам найти дорогу в незнакомом месте. The tour guide will help you find your way in a strange place. Гид поможет вам найти дорогу в незнакомом месте. Бронирование. Reservation. Бронирование. Бронирование. Reservation. Извините, но мы потеряли ваше бронирование. I'm sorry, but we lost your reservation. Извините, но мы потеряли ваше бронирование. Паспорт. Passport. Паспорт. Паспорт. Passport. У вас есть паспорт? Do you have a passport? У вас есть паспорт? Информатика. Computer science. Информатика. Информатика. Computer science. Уроки информатики по понедельникам. Computer science classes are on Mondays. Уроки информатики по понедельникам. Математика. Math. Математика. Математика. Math. Мой любимый школьный предмет – математика. My favorite subject in school is math. Мой любимый школьный предмет – математика. Чувствовать. Feel. Чувствовать. Чувствовать. Feel. Любить значит чувствовать себя живым. To feel love is to feel alive. Любить значит чувствовать себя живым. Рисовать. Draw. Рисовать. Рисовать. Draw. Я бы хотела что-нибудь нарисовать. I would like to draw something. Я бы хотела что-нибудь нарисовать. Планировать. Plan. Планировать. Планировать. Plan. Мы будем планировать отпуск в Европе. We'll plan the holiday to Europe. Мы будем планировать отпуск в Европе. Продажи. Sale. Продажи. Продажи. Sale. Этот график показывает продажи компании за последний квартал. This chart shows the company's sales in the last quarter. Этот график показывает продажи компании за последний квартал. Покупка. Shopping. Покупка. Покупка. Shopping. Вчера я ходила за покупками с моими подругами. Yesterday I went shopping with my girlfriends. Вчера я ходила за покупками с моими подругами. Четвертый. Fourth. Четвертый. Четвертый. Fourth. На мой 4-й день рождения мама подарила мне книгу. On my 4th birthday, my mother gave me a book. На мой 4-й день рождения мама подарила мне книгу. 5. Fifth. 5. 5. Fifth. Он купил 5-й дом. He bought his 5th house. Он купил 5-й дом. 6. Sixth. 6. 6. Sixth. Я получил школьную форму на 6-й день рождения. I received school clothes for my 6th birthday. Я получил школьную форму на 6-й день рождения. 7-й. 7th. 7-й. 7-й. 7th. Все поют в течение 7-го иннинга в бейсбольном матче. Everyone sings during the 7th inning of the baseball game. Все поют в течение 7-го иннинга в бейсбольном матче. Ополаскиватель. Conditioner. Ополаскиватель. Ополаскиватель. Conditioner. Хороший ополаскиватель распутает запутанные волосы. A good conditioner will take the tangles out of your hair. Хороший ополаскиватель распутает запутанные волосы. Дезодорант. Deodorant. Дезодорант. Дезодорант. Deodorant. После мытья нанеси дезодорант, чтобы избежать плохого запаха. Put on deodorant after washing to avoid bad odor. После мытья нанеси дезодорант, чтобы избежать плохого запаха. Жидкое мыло. Liquid soap. Жидкое мыло. Жидкое мыло. Liquid soap. У вас есть жидкое мыло? Do you have liquid soap? У вас есть жидкое мыло? Утка. Duck. Утка. Утка. Duck. В озере много уток. At the lake there are a lot of ducks. В озере много уток. Ворон. Crow. Ворон. Ворон. Crow. Черная ворона ищет что-нибудь поесть. The black crow is looking for something to eat. Черная ворона ищет что-нибудь поесть. Таракан. Cockroach. Таракан. Таракан. Cockroach. У таракана 6 ног, крылья и усы. A cockroach has 6 legs, wings and antennae. У таракана 6 ног, крылья и усы. Комар. Mosquito. Комар. Комар. Mosquito. Стрекозы едят комаров. Dragonflies eat mosquitoes. Стрекозы едят комаров. Строительный рабочий. Construction worker. Строительный рабочий. Строительный рабочий. Construction worker. Вы можете получать высокую зарплату, как строительные рабочие, но это действительно тяжелый труд. You can earn a high salary as a construction worker, but it's really hard work. Вы можете получать высокую зарплату, как строительный рабочий, но это действительно тяжелый труд. Домохозяйка. Homemaker. Домохозяйка. Домохозяйка. Homemaker. Домохозяйка является самым усердным работником, где бы то ни было. The hardest worker anywhere is the homemaker. Домохозяйка является самым усердным работником, где бы то ни было. Лед. Ice. Лед. Лед. Ice. На дороге лед. There is ice on the road. На дороге лед. История. History. История. История. History. Я изучаю историю. I study history. Я изучаю историю. География. Geography. География. География. Geography. География для него главный предмет, а психология второстепенный. He is a geography major with a minor in psychology. География для него главный предмет, а психология второстепенный. Магазин. Store. Магазин. Магазин. Store. Я иду в магазин, чтобы купить молоко и яйца. I'm going to the store to buy some milk and eggs. Я иду в магазин, чтобы купить молоко и яйца. Рынок. Market. Рынок. Рынок. Market. Рынок не должен контролироваться правительством. Market shouldn't be controlled by the government. Рынок не должен контролироваться правительством. Цена. Price. Цена. Цена. Price. Цена в этом магазине в 2 раза выше, чем в предыдущем. The price at this store is 2 times more than the last store. Цена в этом магазине в 2 раза выше, чем в предыдущем. Купон. Coupon. Купон. Купон. Coupon. У меня есть купон на 50% скидку, поэтому давай поедим там. I have a coupon for 50% off, so let's eat there. У меня есть купон на 50% скидку, поэтому давай поедим там. Проход. Aisle. Проход. Проход. Aisle. Место у прохода для меня лучше, так как я довольно часто пользуюсь туалетом. The aisle seat is better for me, since I use the restroom quite often. Место у прохода для меня лучше, так как я довольно часто пользуюсь туалетом. Сумка. Bag. Сумка. Сумка. Bag. Сколько весит твоя сумка? How heavy is your bag? Сколько весит твоя сумка? Фотография. Photograph. Фотография. Фотография. Photograph. Эта фотография не очень. This photograph doesn't look good. Эта фотография не очень. Газировка. Soda. Газировка. Газировка. Soda. Root beer – моя любимая газировка. Root beer is my favorite kind of soda. Root beer – моя любимая газировка. 9. Ninth. 9. 9. Ninth. Рамадан – это 9-й месяц мусульманского года. Ramadan is the 9th month of the Muslim year. Рамадан – это 9-й месяц мусульманского года. 10. 10th. 10. 10. 10th. Я, наконец, забил гол с 10-й попытки. I finally made a goal on my 10th attempt. Я, наконец, забил гол с 10-й попытки. 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. Мне подарили новый велосипед на 8-й день рождения. I was giving a new bicycle on my 8th birthday. Мне подарили новый велосипед на 8-й день рождения. Бритвенный станок. Shaving razor. Бритвенный станок. Бритвенный станок. Shaving razor. Одноразовый бритвенный станок. Disposable shaving razor. Одноразовый бритвенный станок. Салфетка. Washcloth. Салфетка. Салфетка. Washcloth. Мальчик протирает лицо салфеткой. The boy is washing his face with a washcloth. Мальчик протирает лицо салфеткой. Полотенце. Towel. Полотенце. Полотенце. Towel. Это полотенце слишком маленькое для меня. This towel is too small for me. Это полотенце слишком маленькое для меня. Ложка. Spoon. Ложка. Ложка. Spoon. Я кладу в кофе 2 ложки сахара. I put 2 spoons of sugar in my coffee. Я кладу в кофе 2 ложки сахара. Вилка. Fork. Вилка. Вилка. Fork. Вилка на тарелке. Fork on a plate. Вилка на тарелке. Нож. Knife. Нож. Нож. Knife. Вы могли бы передать мне нож? Could you pass me the knife? Вы могли бы передать мне нож? Тарелка. Plate. Тарелка. Тарелка. Plate. Эта тарелка грязная. This plate is dirty. Эта тарелка грязная. Пчела. Bee. Пчела. Пчела. Bee. Пчела опыляет желтый цветок. The bee is pollinating the yellow flower. Пчела опыляет желтый цветок. Муравей. Ant. Муравей. Муравей. Ant. Муравей ползает по столу. The ant is crawling around the table. Муравей ползает по столу. Змея. Snake. Змея. Змея. Snake. Гремучая змея свернулась в кольцо и готова напасть. The rattlesnake is coiled and ready to strike. Гремучая змея свернулась в кольцо и готова напасть. Молоко. Milk. Молоко. Молоко. Milk. Молоко – важный источник кальция для детей и взрослых. Milk is an important source of calcium for kids and adults. Молоко – важный источник кальция для детей и взрослых. Дизайнер. Designer. Дизайнер. Дизайнер. Designer. Есть много видов дизайнеров, но я модельер одежды. There are many kinds of designers, but I'm a fashion designer. Есть много видов дизайнеров, но я модельер одежды. Художник. Artist. Художник. Художник. Artist. Художник рисует китайские иероглифы кисточкой для письма. The artist is drawing Chinese characters with a writing brush. Художник рисует китайские иероглифы кисточкой для письма. Солдат. Soldier. Солдат. Солдат. Soldier. Солдаты идут на позицию. The soldiers are moving into position. Солдаты идут на позицию. Предприниматель. Entrepreneur. Предприниматель. Предприниматель. Entrepreneur. Предприниматель встречается со своим бизнес-партнером. The entrepreneur is meeting with a business partner. Предприниматель встречается с своим бизнес-партнером. Рассказ. Short story. Рассказ. Рассказ. Short story. Дары волхвов – трогательный рассказ для широкой публики. The Gift of the Magi is a moving short story for many. Дары волхвов – трогательный рассказ для широкой публики. Папка. Folder. Папка. Папка. Folder. Я положил документы в папку. I put the documents in the folder. Я положил документы в папку. Сковорода. Frying pan. Сковорода. Сковорода. Frying pan. Эта сковорода очень дешевая. This frying pan is very cheap. Эта сковорода очень дешевая. Разделочная доска. Cutting board. Разделочная доска. Разделочная доска. Cutting board. Повар режет сваренное вкрутую яйцо на разделочной доске. The cook is cutting a hard-boiled egg on the cutting board. Повар режет сваренное вкрутую яйцо на разделочной доске. Раковина. Sink. Раковина. Раковина. Sink. Раковина почти полна. The sink is almost full. Раковина почти полна. Миска. Bowl. Миска. Миска. Bowl. Миска пуста. The bowl is empty. Миска пуста. Выход. Exit. Выход. Выход. Exit. Где выход? Where is the exit? Где выход? Карта. Map. Карта. Карта. Map. Посмотрите в карту, чтобы найти дорогу. Check the map to find your way to your destination. Посмотрите в карту, чтобы найти дорогу. Чемодан. Suitcase. Чемодан. Чемодан. Suitcase. Не оставляйте ценные вещи в чемодане. Do not leave valuables in your suitcase. Не оставляйте ценные вещи в чемодане. Турист. Tourist. Турист. Турист. Tourist. Турист фотографирует животных. The tourist is taking pictures of the animals. Турист фотографирует животных. Политика. Politics. Политика. Политика. Politics. Он всегда говорит о политике. He always talks about politics. Он всегда говорит о политике. Биология. Biology. Биология. Биология. Biology. Биология – это изучение живых организмов. Biology is the study of living organisms. Биология – это изучение живых организмов. Химия. Chemistry. Химия. Химия. Chemistry. Лаборатория – место для изучения химии. The laboratory is a place to learn about chemistry. Лаборатория – место для изучения химии. Физика. Physics. Физика. Физика. Physics. Я знаю основы физики. I know the basics of physics. Я знаю основы физики. Экономика. Economics. Экономика. Экономика. Economics. Экономика – хорошая основа для многих областей. Economics is a good background for many fields. Экономика – хорошая основа для многих областей. Положить. Put. Положить. Положить. Put. Попробуй положить эту коробку на верхнюю полку, пожалуйста. Please try to put this box on the top shelf. Попробуй положить эту коробку на верхнюю полку, пожалуйста. Вспомнить. Remember. Вспомнить. Вспомнить. Remember. Попробуй вспомнить, где ты был вечером в прошлое воскресенье. Try to remember where you were last Sunday night. Попробуй вспомнить, где ты был вечером в прошлое воскресенье. Держать. Hold. Держать. Держать. Hold. Держать синий шарик. Hold a blue balloon. Держать синий шарик. Тележка. Shopping cart. Тележка. Тележка. Shopping cart. Тележка пуста. The shopping cart is empty. Тележка пуста. Пластиковый пакет. Plastic bag. Пластиковый пакет. Пластиковый пакет. Plastic bag. Мужчина несет пластиковый пакет, полный продуктов. The man is carrying a plastic bag full of groceries. Мужчина несет пластиковый пакет, полный продуктов. Комедия. Comedy. Комедия. Комедия. Comedy. Это английская комедия. It's an English comedy. Это английская комедия. Роман. Novel. Роман. Роман. Novel. Ее новый роман – любовный детектив из 18 столетия. Her new novel is a romance mystery from the 18th century. Ее новый роман – любовный детектив из 18 столетия.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is, are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Are you the type of language learner that focuses on only one skill, like only speaking or only doing translation exercises? Then you may eventually realize that your language isn't progressing as fast as you'd like. So in today's episode, you'll learn 1. Why most language learners plateau, 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery, and 3. How to practice the 7 skills with our program. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Using Transportation Conversation Cheat Sheet. Do you know how to get around in your target language? you'll be able to. This new cheat sheet teaches you the must-know vocabulary and phrases, like where can I buy a ticket, how much is the train pass, and much more. Second, the ultimate guide to beginner language ebook. Want a free way to boost your vocabulary? With this new PDF ebook, you'll master over 500 beginner words and phrases, more than enough to start speaking the language with confidence. Third, can you talk about holiday accommodations in your target language? Learn how to say hotel, guest house, inn, and much more with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, most common ways to say sorry. Do you know all the ways to apologize in your target language? This 1-minute lesson will get them in your head, guaranteed. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. Are you focusing on only one skill? The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Part 1. Why most language learners plateau. If you observe other language learners, you'll notice that many learners just want to speak and understand the language. And as a result, they focus only on speaking and nothing else. Then you have learners who like to start with reading, so they spend most of their time there. And then there are learners who do translation games and spend most of their time there. All of these are good ways to approach a language. But what happens is, learners that focus on speaking seem to speak well, but if you go outside of a topic they've practiced, they'll start struggling. Learners that spend most of their time reading are only good at reading and then wonder why they can't speak. And learners that have been playing translation games are good at translating, but don't understand real-life speech. The point is, you'll be unbalanced. If you focus on one skill and skip out on the rest, you'll never become truly fluent, or you'll be able to speak on a few topics you know about, but that's it. But that's not enough for conversational fluency. So, if you want to avoid this trap and become truly fluent, you should focus on 7 language skills: speaking, listening, reading, writing, grammar, vocabulary, and culture. Part 2. The 7 skills you'll need for language mastery. Now, someone might ask, what's the point of reading if I just want to speak the language? The fact is, all skills complement and improve one another. For example, if you're practicing reading, you naturally pick up new words and grammar rules along the way, which will help you with speaking, because if you want to speak more, you'll need to know more words and grammar rules. Also, reading out loud can help with speaking. If you're learning grammar, this will help you with speaking, listening, reading, and writing, because you'll need to be able to speak and use those grammar rules, understand them in written information and in speech, and use it in writing. With writing, again, you're reinforcing words and grammar rules that you'll also need for listening, speaking, and reading. With listening, there can be speaking involved if you shadow what you hear. You can also pick up words and reinforce grammar points as you listen. Then, you can use those same words and grammar rules later on, during speaking practice. All skills feed into each other. And with culture? With culture, you need things to talk about with native speakers, and culture is a great topic. Plus, in certain languages and cultures, you'll need to speak more politely to people who are older or more senior to you, so this involves learning vocabulary and grammar. There's also one more bonus to practicing all 7 language skills. Learning all 7 skills will actually help you learn the language much faster. Mixing up skills like this is called interleaving. Interleaving is a proven learning tactic where you use different forms of practice to master something. For example, if you're learning vocabulary, you can read it, then say it, write it out, study with flashcards, listen to a native speaker say it, and doing so will help you remember better, instead of just reading the word 5 times and hoping it sticks. It probably won't. So, let's recap. You should focus on the 7 skills of language learning because 1, you avoid being imbalanced, 2, all of these skills feed into each other and improve your overall language, and 3, it'll help you learn faster. Part 3, how you practice the 7 skills with our program. Now, if you want to take your language to the next level, you'll need to incorporate all 7 skills in your study routine: speaking, reading, writing, listening, vocab, grammar, and culture. So, here's how you can practice each skill with our learning program. One of the most unique things about our program is that you can actually practice all 7 skills with it. First, for speaking, shadow the conversations in our lesson dialogues. And if that's too hard, read the dialogues out loud and go slowly at your own pace. Use our voice recording tool to practice saying each line of the conversation. And you can send recordings of yourself to your Premium Plus teacher. For listening, simply take our lessons and listen to the conversations. You can also download the dialogue tracks and review the conversations without the translations. Also, be sure to take our listening comprehension lessons. For reading, listen to the audio and follow along with the lesson notes or transcript so that you don't miss a single word. You can also practice reading with our extensive reading books. For writing, write out the lesson dialogues and write out the words, phrases, and grammar rules that you come across. You can also try and create your own sample sentences, and you can send them to your Premium Plus teacher for corrections. For grammar, you'll come across grammar rules in our lessons. Write the rules down, try and create your own sentences, and keep taking the lessons and keep on reading. For vocabulary, use our spaced repetition flashcards to master the words. And of course, write them down in a notebook, say them out loud, and save them in the word bank so you can come back to them to review later. And for culture, take our lessons. You'll pick up culture tips along the way. Check out our culture class lessons as well. You can do one skill a day, or you can also try all of them in one study session. Listen to the lesson. Repeat what you hear for speaking practice. Write out the dialogue. Review the vocabulary with the slideshow. Practice the grammar rules and note down the cultural tips. Or focus on 2 skills a day. Pair up listening and speaking. The next day, do reading and writing, and then vocabulary and grammar, and then culture. And again, you can study all 7 of these skills with our program. So if you haven't done so yet, be sure to click the link below and sign up for a free lifetime account. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to write 1,000 words of your target language in 5 minutes a day with the Daily Dose Diary. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way, and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! One of the best ways to learn a language is with a native speaker. But what if you can't afford to take a class? Or what if you're too busy to learn on someone else's schedule? That's why with our program, you get access to your own teacher with a study tool called My Teacher, so you can learn with your own teacher at your own pace, anywhere, anytime. How does My Teacher work? You'll discover more in just a second. But first, to get access to our learning program and your very own teacher, click the link in the description and sign up for a Premium Plus account right now. What is My Teacher? My Teacher is a messenger tool that gives you access to your very own on-site teacher. You'll find it in the bottom right corner of your screen. And if you're on the app, just tap on the My Teacher icon at the bottom. So, how do you take advantage of this powerful language tool? 1. Get your language assessed. With language schools, you take a level check test on the first day, and the same thing happens here. The moment you become a Premium Plus member, you'll take an assessment test so that your teacher can determine your level, understand your weak points, and design a personalized learning plan. You'll find the link to the test inside My Teacher. Once you're done with the test, 2. Interact with your teacher, ask questions, and get feedback. Getting feedback and corrections is one of the fastest ways to improve. So open My Teacher and start interacting with your teacher. The first thing we ask you to do is to send a self-introduction in your target language as a way to get started. And if you're not sure how, just ask your teacher. You can also ask them language questions, send your writing, practice conversations, and they'll also send you feedback and corrections. You can do this all at your own pace on any device. You can also 3. Send recordings of yourself speaking the language. Just record yourself and send an audio file or video over, and get feedback from your teacher on your accent, pronunciation, and how to express yourself naturally, like a native speaker. You can also take a picture of your writing for feedback. 4. Improve your language skills non-stop with weekly assignments. Your teacher will also send you weekly assignments to test you on what you've learned and improve your language skills. Assignments cover speaking, listening, reading, and writing. So if you want to learn with your very own teacher at your own pace, then click the link in the description to sign up now and become a Premium Plus plan member today. You unlock our complete learning program, plus your very own teacher. Click the link in the description to sign up now. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like "here's my passport," "boarding pass," and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. Fifth, want the language learning app that actually gets you speaking? Download Innovative Language 101 for free for the Android, iPhone, and iPad. You'll unlock hundreds of bite-sized audio and video lessons made by real teachers and start speaking in minutes. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get a big 35% off Premium or Premium Plus with the Monster Sale. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Cacao. Cocoa. Cacao. Какао. Cocoa. Теплая чашка какао вносит уют в холодную зимнюю ночь. A warm cup of cocoa is comforting on a cold winter night. Теплая чашка какао вносит уют в холодную зимнюю ночь. Безалкогольный напиток. Soft drink. Безалкогольный напиток. Безалкогольный напиток. Soft drink. Безалкогольные напитки не содержат алкоголь. Они обычно газированные и подаются холодными. Soft drinks don't contain alcohol and are usually carbonated and served cold. Безалкогольные напитки не содержат алкоголь. Они обычно газированные и подаются холодными. Сок. Juice. Сок. Сок. Juice. Я пью апельсиновый сок за завтраком и яблочный сок за обедом. I drink orange juice with breakfast and apple juice with lunch. Я пью апельсиновый сок за завтраком и яблочный сок за обедом. Книжная полка. Bookshelf. Книжная полка. Книжная полка. Bookshelf. Книжная полка заполнена книгами. The bookshelf is full of books. Книжная полка заполнена книгами. Кровать. Bed. Кровать. Кровать. Bed. Я отправляюсь в кровать каждый вечер в 9 часов. I go to bed every night at 9 p.m. Я отправляюсь в кровать каждый вечер в 9 часов. Зеркало. Mirror. Зеркало. Зеркало. Mirror. Зеркало висит на стене. The mirror is hanging on the wall. Зеркало висит на стене. Комод. Dresser. Комод. Комод. Dresser. Мои носки и нижнее белье лежат в верхнем ящике комода. My socks and underwear are in the top drawer of my dresser. Мои носки и нижнее белье лежат в верхнем ящике комода. Подметать. Sweep. Подметать. Подметать. Sweep. Тут так пыльно, подмети пол. It's so dusty, sweep the floor. Тут так пыльно, подмети пол. Убирать. Put away. Убирать. Убирать. Put away. Убери свои игрушки. Put away your toys. Убери свои игрушки. Мыть шваброй. Mop. Мыть шваброй. Мыть шваброй. Mop. Мыть шваброй
Кухонный.
пол. Mop the kitchen floor. Мыть шваброй
Кухонный.
пол. Официантка. Waitress. Официантка. Официантка. Waitress. Официантка держит поднос со стаканами. The waitress is holding a tray with glasses. Официантка держит поднос со стаканами. Фаренгейт. Fahrenheit. Фаренгейт. Фаренгейт. Fahrenheit. Вода замерзает при 32 градусах по Фаренгейту. Water freezes at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Вода замерзает при 32 градусах по Фаренгейту. Температура. Temperature. Температура. Температура. Temperature. Температура ниже нуля. The temperature is below 0 degrees. Температура ниже нуля. Влажный. Humid. Влажный. Влажный. Humid. В этой стране климат влажный. In this country the climate is humid. В этой стране климат влажный. Ветреный. Windy. Ветреный. Ветреный. Windy. На улице ветрено. It's windy outside. На улице ветрено. Игровая площадка. Playground. Игровая площадка. Игровая площадка. Playground. А горка есть на игровой площадке? Is there also a slide on the playground? А горка есть на игровой площадке? Бассейн. Pool. Бассейн. Бассейн. Pool. Летом мы плаваем в общественном бассейне каждый день. We swim at the public pool every day in the summer. Летом мы плаваем в общественном бассейне каждый день. Теннис. Tennis. Теннис. Теннис. Tennis. Поиграем в теннис? Shall we play tennis? Поиграем в теннис. Баскетбол. Basketball. Баскетбол. Баскетбол. Basketball. Мальчики и девочки играют в баскетбол. The boys and girls are playing basketball. Мальчики и девочки играют в баскетбол. Литр. Liter. Литр. Литр. Liter. В бутылке 2 литра колы. The bottle contains 2 liters of cola. В бутылке 2 литра колы. Рис. Rice. Рис. Рис. Rice. Рис является важным источником углеводов во многих диетах. Rice is an important source of carbohydrates in many diets. Рис является важным источником углеводов во многих диетах. Хлеб. Bread. Хлеб. Хлеб. Bread. Каждым воскресным утром мы покупаем хлеб, торт и печенье в булочной. Every Sunday morning we buy bread, cake and cookies at the bakery. Каждым воскресным утром мы покупаем хлеб, торт и печенье в булочной. Яйцо. Egg. Яйцо. Яйцо. Egg. Курица снесла яйцо. The hen laid an egg. Курица снесла яйцо. Лапша. Noodle. Лапша. Лапша. Noodle. Лапша моментального приготовления – это популярное легкое блюдо. Instant noodles are a popular light meal. Лапша моментального приготовления – это популярное легкое блюдо. Будильник. Alarm clock. Будильник. Будильник. Alarm clock. Будильник поставлен на 5 утра. The alarm clock is set for 5 a.m. Будильник поставлен на 5 утра. Дверь. Door. Дверь. Двери. Door. Давай выйдем через заднюю дверь. Let's leave through the back door of the house. Давай выйдем через заднюю дверь. Пульт дистанционного управления. Remote control. Пульт дистанционного управления. Пульт дистанционного управления. Remote control. Передай мне пульт дистанционного управления, пожалуйста. Please pass me the remote control. Передай мне пульт дистанционного управления, пожалуйста. Вытирать. Wipe. Вытирать. Вытирать. Wipe. Не забудь вытереть пол. Don't forget to wipe the floor. Не забудь вытереть пол. Меню. 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 Можно меню, пожалуйста? Can I see the menu, please? Можно меню, пожалуйста. Журнал. Magazine. Журнал. Журнал. Magazine. Женщина читает журнал. The woman is reading a magazine. Женщина читает журнал. Аудиокнига. Audiobook. Аудиокнига. Аудиокнига. Audiobook. Я слушаю аудиокниги по дороге на работу. I listen to audiobooks during my commute to work. Я слушаю аудиокниги по дороге на работу. Компьютерная игра. Video game. Компьютерная игра. Компьютерная игра. Video game. Я собираюсь купить новую компьютерную игру на выходных. I'm going to buy a new video game this weekend. Я собираюсь купить новую компьютерную игру на выходных. Дешевый. Cheap. Дешевый. Дешевый. Cheap. Мне нужен самый дешевый номер. I need the cheapest room. Мне нужен самый дешевый номер. Дорогой. expensive. Дорогой. Дорогой. Expensive. Обеденное меню здесь дешевое, но ужин очень дорогой. The lunch menu here is cheap, but dinner is very expensive. Обеденное меню здесь дешевое, но ужин очень дорогой. Добрый. Kind. Добрый. Добрый. Kind. Она добрый человек с улыбкой до ушей. She's a kind person with a big smile. Она добрый человек с улыбкой до ушей. Жуткий. Scary. Жуткий. Жуткий. Scary. На темных улицах жутко. Dark streets are scary. На темных улицах жутко. Расслабляющий. Relaxing. Расслабляющий. Расслабляющий. Relaxing. Массаж очень расслабляющий. Massage is very relaxing. Массаж очень расслабляющий. Фунт. Pound. Фунт. Фунт. Pound. Краткое написание фунтов LB. The abbreviation for pound is LB. Краткое написание фунтов LB. Миля. Mile. Миля. Миля. Mile. 1 миля примерно равна 1,6 километра. 1 mile is roughly 1.6 kilometers. 1 миля примерно равна 1,6 километра. Foot. 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 В футе 12 дюймов. There are 12 inches in a foot. В футе 12 дюймов. Болезнь. Illness. Болезнь. Болезнь. Illness. Он простыл. У него просто легкая болезнь. He has a cold. It's only a minor illness. Он простыл. У него просто легкая болезнь. Простуда. Cold. Простуда. Простуда. Cold. У меня симптомы простуды. I have cold symptoms. У меня симптомы простуды. Травма. Injury. Травма. Травма. Injury. У девочки небольшая травма. The girl has a minor injury. У девочки небольшая травма. Лекарство. Medicine. Лекарство. Лекарство. Medicine. Врач дал мне лекарство от желудочной боли. The doctor gave me medicine from my stomach pain. Врач дал мне лекарство от желудочной боли. Боль. Pain. Боль. Боль. Pain. Женщина испытывает боль. The woman is in pain. Женщина испытывает боль. Жар. Fever. Жар. Жар. Fever. У женщины жар. The woman has a fever. У женщины жар. Окно. Window. Окно. Окно. Window. Мужчина закрывает окно. The man is closing the window. Мужчина закрывает окно. Алкоголь. Alcohol. Алкоголь. Алкоголь. Alcohol. Напитки содержат алкоголь. The drinks contain alcohol. Напитки содержат алкоголь. Еда. Meal. Еда. Еда. Meal. Это моя первая нормальная еда за долгое время. This is my first good meal in a long time. Это моя первая нормальная еда за долгое время. Туман. Fog. Туман. Туман. Fog. Город покрыт туманом. The city is covered in fog. Город покрыт туманом. Град. Hail. Град. Град. Hail. Идет град. Hail is falling. Идет град. Гроза. Thunderstorm. Гроза. Гроза. Thunderstorm. Гроза озаряет темный лес. The thunderstorm is lighting up the dark forest. Гроза озаряет темный лес. Аквариум. Aquarium. Аквариум. Аквариум. Aquarium. Я люблю наблюдать, как рыбы плавают в аквариуме. I love to watch all the fish swim at the aquarium. Я люблю наблюдать, как рыбы плавают в аквариуме. Футбол. Soccer. Футбол. Футбол. Soccer. Футбол – самый популярный вид спорта в мире. Soccer is the world's most popular sport. Футбол – самый популярный вид спорта в мире. Зоопарк. Zoo. Зоопарк. Зоопарк. Zoo. Жирафы едят листья с деревьев в зоопарке. The giraffes are eating leaves from the tree in the zoo. Жирафы едят листья с деревьев в зоопарке. Плата за проезд. Fare. Плата за проезд. Плата за проезд. Fare. Плата за проезд в автобусе удвоилась за последние 5 лет. The bus fare has doubled in the last 5 years. Плата за проезд в автобусе удвоилась за последние 5 лет. Автобусная остановка. Bus stop. Автобусная остановка. Автобусная остановка. Bus stop. Извините, где тут автобусная остановка? Excuse me, where is the bus stop? Извините, где тут автобусная остановка? Грамм. 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 Яблоко весит 157 граммов. The apple weighs 157 grams. Яблоко весит 157 граммов. Метр. Meter. Метр. Метр. Meter. Длина ноги взрослой женщины составляет 1 метр. The adult woman's leg measures 1 meter. Длина ноги взрослой женщины составляет 1 метр. Километр. Kilometer. Километр. Километр. Kilometer. Он ехал 60 километров в час. He was driving 60 kilometers per hour. Он ехал 60 километров в час. Головная боль. Headache. Головная боль. Головная боль. Headache. Я не могу пошевелиться. У меня головная боль. I can't move. I have a headache. Я не могу пошевелиться. У меня головная боль. Понос. Diarrhea. Понос. Понос. Diarrhea. Это лекарство остановит понос. This medicine will stop the diarrhea. Это лекарство остановит понос. Симптом. Symptom. Симптом. Симптом. Symptom. Какие у вас симптомы? What are your symptoms? Какие у вас симптомы? Желудочная боль. Stomachache. Желудочная боль. Желудочная боль. Stomachache. Вчера у меня была сильная желудочная боль. Yesterday I had a bad stomachache. Вчера у меня была сильная желудочная боль. Мыть. Clean. Мыть. Мыть. Clean. Мой брат должен помыть посуду. My brother has to clean dishes. Мой брат должен мыть посуду. Сушить. Dry. Сушить. Сушить. Dry. Сушить носки. Dry your socks. Сушить носки. Пыль. Dust. Пыль. Пыль. Dust. У меня аллергия на пыль. I'm allergic to dust. У меня аллергия на пыль. Пылесосить. Vacuum. Пылесосить. Пылесосить. Vacuum. У меня 3 маленьких детей, поэтому приходится пылесосить каждый день. I have 3 little kids, therefore I have to vacuum every day. У меня 3 маленьких детей, поэтому приходится пылесосить каждый день. Перекресток. Intersection. Перекресток. Перекресток. Intersection. На перекрестке пробка. There is traffic jam at the intersection. На перекрестке пробка. Шоссе. Highway. Шоссе. Шоссе. Highway. Сегодня утром транспортная ситуация на шоссе нормальная. Traffic conditions on the highway are normal this morning. Сегодня утром транспортная ситуация на шоссе нормальная. Дорога. Road. Дорога. Дорога. Road. Будь осторожна на дорогах. Be careful on the roads. Будь осторожна на дорогах. Улица. Street. Улица. Улица. Street. Какая это улица? What street is this? Какая это улица? Интересный. Interesting. Интересный. Интересный. Interesting. Это очень интересный фильм. It's a very interesting film. Это очень интересный фильм. Подлый. Mean. Подлый. Подлый. Mean. Некоторые люди просто подлые и не хотят, чтобы другие были счастливы. Some people are just mean and don't want others to be happy. Некоторые люди просто подлые и не хотят, чтобы другие были счастливы. Скучающий. Bored. Скучающий. Скучающий. Bored. Скучающий отец готов идти домой. The bored father is ready to go home. Скучающий отец готов идти домой. 700. 700. 700. 700. 700. Расстояние между Москвой и Санкт-Петербургом 700 километров. The distance between Moscow and St. Petersburg is 700 kilometers. Расстояние между Москвой и Санкт-Петербургом 700 километров. 800. 800. 800. 800. 800. Я потратил $800 за один день. I spent $800 in one day. Я потратил $800 за один день. 200. 200. 200. 200. 200. Он получает $200. He earns $200. Он получает $200. 300. 300. 300. 300. 300. В этой школе 300 студентов. This school has 300 students. В этой школе 300 студентов. 600. 600. 600. 600. 600. Поменяйте мне $600, пожалуйста. Please change $600 for me. Поменяйте мне $600, пожалуйста. Выносить. Take out. Выносить. Выносить. Take out. Можешь вынести мусор, пожалуйста? Can you take out the trash, please? Можешь вынести мусор, пожалуйста? Официант. Waiter. Официант. Официант. Waiter. Официант осуществляет обслуживание номеров. The waiter is delivering room service. Официант осуществляет обслуживание номеров. Прогноз погоды. Weather report. Прогноз погоды. Прогноз погоды. Weather report. Проверь прогноз погоды, прежде чем выходить в море. Check the weather report before going sailing. Проверь прогноз погоды, прежде чем выходить в море. Цельсий. Celsius. Цельсий. Цельсий. Celsius. Вода замерзает при 0 градусов Цельсия. Water freezes at 0 degrees Celsius. Вода замерзает при 0 градусов Цельсия. ТВ-шоу. TV-show. ТВ-шоу. ТВ-шоу. TV-show. Ее любимое ТВ-шоу будет сегодня. Her favorite TV show is on tonight. Ее любимое ТВ-шоу будет сегодня. Пробежка. Jogging. Пробежка. Пробежка. Jogging. Пробежка – это весело. Jogging is fun. Пробежка – это весело. Fast food. Fast food. Fast food. Fast food. Fast food. Гамбургер и картофель фри считаются фастфудом. Burgers and fries are considered fast food. Гамбургер и картофель фри считаются фастфудом. Парк. Park. Парк. Парк. Park. Пара гуляет в парке. The couple is walking in the park. Пара гуляет в парке. Светофор. Traffic light. Светофор. Светофор. Traffic light. Сильный шторм повредил светофор. The severe storm damaged the traffic light. Сильный шторм повредил светофор. Знак. Sign. Знак. Знак. Sign. Знак гласит Wall Street и Main Street. The street sign says Wall Street and Main Street. Знак гласит Wall Street и Main Street. Метрополитен. Subway. Метрополитен. Метрополитен. Subway. Я езжу в офис на метро. I take the subway to the office. Я езжу в офис на метро. Станция. Train station. Станция. Станция. Train station. Извините, где находится станция? Excuse me, where is the train station? Извините, где находится станция? 500. 500. 500. 500. 500. Плата 1500 евро. The pay is 1,500 euros. Плата 1500 евро. 999. 999. 999. 999. 999. Мы купили для мероприятия 999 стульев. We bought 999 chairs for the event. Мы купили для мероприятия 999 стульев. 101. 101. 101. 101. 101. Мой результат был 101. My score was 101. Мой результат был 101. 400. 400. 400. 400. 400. В книге было 400 страниц. The book was 400 pages thick. В книге было 400 страниц. 900. 900. 900. 900. 900. Москве почти 900 лет. Moscow is almost 900 years old. Москве почти 900 лет. Дюйм. Inch. Дюйм. Дюйм. Inch. 6 дюймов. 6 inches. 6 дюймов. Килограмм. Kilogram. Килограмм. Килограмм. Kilogram. 1 килограмм – это 1000 граммов. 1 kilogram is 1000 grams. 1 килограмм – это 1000 граммов. Сантиметр. Centimeter. Сантиметр. Сантиметр. Centimeter. Сложенные монеты составляют почти 8 сантиметров. The stacked coins measure almost 8 centimeters. Сложенные монеты составляют почти 8 сантиметров.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to get a return on your language learning investment. Language learning is an investment, but what if you're learning but not seeing any returns or results? And do you even know if you're getting any results at all? In this episode, you'll discover 1. Why language learners fail to see results and why they fail. 2. Why you need to track your language learning sessions. And 3. How to track your results. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Going to the Airport Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words and phrases like here's my passport, boarding pass, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the Slang Words and Phrases PDF ebook. Do you know any slang in your target language? If not, download this free ebook and master all the must-know slang across 10 chapters. Third, 30 romance and love-related words and phrases. You'll learn words and phrases like date, flirt, and breakup with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, can you talk about Halloween in your target language? With this quick 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know Halloween words like vampire, trick-or-treat, and more. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to get a return on your language learning investment. Part 1. One of the biggest reasons why people fail. The first big reason people fail with language learning is because they set big, vague goals, like I want to be fluent. The problem with these goals is you don't know how you'll ever go from where you are now to achieving fluency. It's too vague of a goal. But the second big reason is lack of time. People fail with language learning because they don't put in the time. And language learning is a function of time. The more you put in, the better you get. You can also think of learning a language like a gym. You get out what you put in. If you buy a dumbbell and do nothing, nothing happens. It can do great things for you, but it won't work for you until you pick it up and curl it a few times. If you put in 1 hour a day, you get results. If you put in 10 minutes a day, you get results. But if you put in 0, you get 0 results, and you can't learn a language that way. So here's a question for you. How much time do you put into your language learning on a daily basis? Leave a comment. If you start putting in consistent time, you can also start expecting a return on your time. And this brings us to the second part. Part 2. Why you need to track your language learning sessions. In the first part, we talked about just putting in enough time. That's the first important step to take. But where should you put in your time? For example, you can put in 10 minutes and use an app to do translation exercises. You can put in 10 minutes and read a textbook, or review a word list for 10 minutes. In all these examples, you can put in an equal amount of time, but the results you get will be different. And that's because different methods give you different results and benefits. Using an app may help you remember a few words. Reading a textbook can boost your vocabulary, grammar, and reading skills. And reviewing a word list will just help you with the words. So the second lesson is you need to know what kind of results you get. You need to measure the return on your time so that you can be confident that you're making progress. In the case of our audio and video lessons, 3 or 4 lessons will help you understand and speak roughly 1 minute of conversation, as well as learn all words and grammar rules inside. This is the return on our lessons. How is this possible? The dialogue tracks are about 20 seconds, and so 3 lessons, that's 3 conversations at 20 seconds apiece, which is 60 seconds or 1 minute of conversation. So if you know the 3 lessons get you to 1 minute of conversation, you can know what results to expect. If you do 20 lessons, you're at about 5 minutes of conversation. 40 lessons, that's around 10 minutes or so of conversation. That's the power of measuring the results. If you track your results, you know what to expect in the future, and you can hit your language learning goals. So how can you start measuring your return? Let's jump into the third part. Part 3. How to track your results and hit goals. If you're able to consistently put in time towards learning and maintaining your routine, then it's time to start tracking your time and effort. Why? At the basic level, language learning is simply putting in the time. You don't need a high IQ. You don't need to be talented at languages. You don't need the best possible app. You just need time. The more time you put in, the more results you get out. And aside from setting unrealistic goals, the other reason why people fail at languages is they just don't put in the time. So, how can you track your results? Let's look at 2 ways, an easy way and an advanced way of tracking your time and results. Let's start with the easy way first. Simply track the time you put in. So if you do a 10-minute audio lesson today and then spend 5 minutes with flashcards, note this as 15 minutes for the day and write down what you did. Then do the same thing tomorrow. That's it. The goal here is to track the time and your effort. You'll want to track it and actually have measurable proof of your work. And also, so you can review what you've been doing and see your progress. So if one day you realize you don't know enough words, or maybe you don't speak as much as you'd like, you can look at your notes and review your work. If you see that you've been just watching video lessons, you can spot the problem, which is you've done no actual vocab study or speaking practice. And now you can start doing it. Problem solved. You're on your way to fluency. Another way you can track your time and effort is with the dashboard on our site. So if you visit the dashboard, you can see the lessons you've completed, the number of flashcards reviewed, and hours studied. This is the second tactic, and it's an advanced one because not only do you need to track your time, you also need to track your results, which is a bit trickier. So how can you do that? With our conversational audio lessons, check the length of the dialogue track. If the dialogue track is about 20 seconds, then that's the amount of conversation you can expect to master. By the way, these tracks are anywhere from 10 to 40 seconds long. Now, if you're studying words with flashcards, take note of how many words you already know. So if you studied for 5 minutes and can easily remember 7 out of 10 words, then that's your return. If you know this, you know what to expect when you learn new words. You can expect to remember about 7 out of 10 with a 5-minute drill. Another thing you can do is boost that number to 10 out of 10. Next, if you're practicing your listening skills, try to gauge how much you understand. If you understood about 20% of a 3-minute conversational lesson, then that's your return for now. Again, by knowing this, you can now start asking questions like, what can I do to understand 50% of this conversation? Will doubling my time double my results as well? Will I understand 40%? Will reviewing this lesson for a few minutes a day, every day, work better than trying to memorize it all now? So then, you put these questions to the test and try them out. And because you know your return, you can see if it really works. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Want to perfect your pronunciation and speak like a native? The best way to do this is 1. Listen to a native speaker, 2. Repeat what they say, and 3. The most important part, compare yourself against their pronunciation. In fact, mimicking a native speaker like this, which is called shadowing, is a powerful way to master your speaking. And you can do this all with the voice recorder inside of our learning program. But first, if you don't yet have access to our program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description. So, what makes the voice recorder so powerful? First, you can instantly spot the differences between yourself and the native speaker. How? The voice recorder records you and then compares your speaking to the native speaker. Just record and listen. Once you know what you need to change to sound perfect, you can adjust your speaking and your pitch until you match the native speaker. Second, you get to practice speaking the most common words and phrases. In other words, you won't be learning to say random words and phrases. Our lessons teach you practical, everyday conversations, like introducing yourself, ordering food at a restaurant, talking about where you're from, and more. The kind of conversations you'll have with native speakers. And our vocabulary lists teach you the must-know words and phrases for all kinds of topics. Holidays, slang, the many ways to say hello, and more. So, how do you use the voice recorder? You'll find the voice recorder in our lessons and vocabulary lists. Just look for the microphone icon. With our lessons, scroll down to the dialogue section. The dialogue section is a line-by-line breakdown of the lesson conversation. Next to each line, click on the microphone icon to open the voice recorder for that line. First, listen to the native speaker's pronunciation. Then, click on the round record icon to record yourself. And finally, play the 2 tracks to compare. Successful learners practice one line 3 to 4 times to fully master the pronunciation. Now, if you're using our free vocabulary phrase lists, you'll find the microphone icon next to each word or phrase. Again, click on the icon to record and compare yourself to the native pronunciation. So, if you want to speak like a native with perfect pronunciation, take advantage of this voice recorder, which is available in every lesson and vocabulary list. But if you don't yet have access, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to sign up. Great work! Here's a reward. Speed up your language learning with our PDF lessons. Get all of our best PDF cheat sheets and ebooks for free. Just click the link in the description. Want to learn your target language for free? Then get our language gifts of the month right now, before they expire. Here's what you're getting this month. First, the Making Movies Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words like actor, screenwriter, director, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and more. Third, can you talk about fishing in your target language? Learn how to say words like fishing rod, bait, and fishing net with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, must-know online shopping vocabulary. If you like shopping, then you'll want to be able to talk about it in your target language. With this 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know words like sale, add to cart, and much more. Fifth, free language learning audiobooks for anyone who sees this video. If you watch this far, then here's a free bonus. We're giving all of our users free access to our huge library of language learning audiobooks. Save them to your device and listen and learn. They're yours to keep forever. And finally, the deal of the month. If you want to finally master the language with lessons by real teachers and our complete language learning program, get 51% off all basic, premium, and premium plus plans with our special Black Friday deal. To get your gifts and language learning resources, click the link in the lesson description below. Download them right now before they expire.
Ресторан. Restaurant. Ресторан. Ресторан. Restaurant. Мне нравится по-русски заказывать еду в русских ресторанах. I enjoy using Russian to order at Russian restaurants. Мне нравится по-русски заказывать еду в русских ресторанах. Кафе. 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 Это мое любимое кафе. This is my favorite cafe. Это мое любимое кафе. Кофейня. Coffee shop. Кофейня. Кофейня. Coffee shop. Давай зайдем в кофейню. Shall we stop by a coffee shop? Давай зайдем в кофейню. Бар. Bar. Бар. Бар. Bar. Это очень дорогой бар. It's a very expensive bar. Это очень дорогой бар. Мебель. Furniture. Мебель. Мебель. Furniture. Трудно содержать белую мебель в чистоте. It's difficult to keep white furniture clean. Трудно содержать белую мебель в чистоте. Трава. Grass. Трава. Трава. Grass. Зеленая трава пахнет свежестью. The green grass smells fresh. Зеленая трава пахнет свежестью. Земля. Soil. Земля. Земля. Soil. Земля потрескалась от засухи. The soil cracked due to the drought. Земля потрескалась от засухи. Грязь. Dirt. Грязь. Грязь. Dirt. Слоненок в зоопарке играет в грязи. The baby elephant is playing with dirt in a zoo. Слоненок в зоопарке играет в грязи. Камень. Rock. Камень. Камень. Rock. Два краба ползут по камню. The two crabs are walking on a rock. Два краба ползут по камню. Дерево. Tree. Дерево. Дерево. Tree. Он читал книгу, сидя под деревом. He was reading a book under a tree. Он читал книгу, сидя под деревом. Таоизм. Taoism. Таоизм. Таоизм. Taoism. Таоизм также известен как даосизм. Taoism is also known as Taoism. Таоизм также известен как даосизм. Библия. Bible. Библия. Библия. Bible. Библия – священная книга христиан. The Bible is the holy book of Christians. Библия – священная книга христиан. Коран. 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 Коран – священная книга мусульман. The Quran is the holy book of the Muslim religion. Коран – священная книга мусульман. Священник. Priest. Священник. Священник. Priest. Священник дал ему совет. The priest gave him advice. Священник дал ему совет. Иудаизм. Judaism. Иудаизм. Иудаизм. Judaism. Иерусалим является священным городом для трех религий – иудаизма, христианства и ислама. Jerusalem is a holy city for three religions – Judaism, Christianity and Islam. Иерусалим является священным городом для трех религий – иудаизма, христианства и ислама. 1000. 1000. Тысяча. Тысяча. 1000. Эта церковь была построена 1000 лет назад. This church was built 1000 years ago. Эта церковь была построена 1000 лет назад. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. 2000. Это стоит $2000. It costs $2000. Это стоит $2000. 8000. 8000. 8000. 8000. 8000. В этой деревне живет 8000 человек. 8000 people live in this village. В этой деревне живет 8000 человек. 10 тысяч. 10,000. 10 тысяч. 10 тысяч. 10,000. В этом городе 10 тысяч жителей. There are 10,000 citizens in this city. В этом городе 10 тысяч жителей. 4000. 4,000. 4000. 4000. 4,000. Площадь стадиона 4000 квадратных метров. The stadium area is 4,000 square meters. Площадь стадиона 4000 квадратных метров. Арендодатель. Landlord. Арендодатель. Арендодатель. Landlord. Арендодатель моего брата не принимает чек. My brother's landlord will not accept a check. Арендодатель моего брата не принимает чек. Общежитие. Dormitory. Общежитие. Общежитие. Dormitory. Я жил в общежитии все 4 года колледжа. I lived in the dormitory for all 4 years of college. Я жил в общежитии все 4 года колледжа. Жилой дом. Apartment building. Жилой дом. Жилой дом. Apartment building. В этом жилом доме 24 квартиры. There are 24 apartments in this apartment building. В этом жилом доме 24 квартиры. Город. City. Город. Город. City. В наш город приезжает известный поп-исполнитель. A popular pop artist is coming to our city. В наш город приезжает известный поп-исполнитель. Ферма. Farm. Ферма. Ферма. Farm. На ферме играют козы. The goats are playing on the farm. На ферме играют козы. Цунами. 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 На город обрушилось цунами. The tsunami hit the city. На город обрушилось цунами. Лавина. Avalanche. Лавина. Лавина. Avalanche. Лавина разрушила лыжный курорт, но, к счастью, никто не пострадал. The avalanche destroyed the ski resort, but luckily nobody was hurt. Лавина разрушила лыжный курорт, но, к счастью, никто не пострадал. Огонь. Fire. Огонь. Огонь. Fire. Вы можете развести огонь? Can you start a fire? Вы можете развести огонь. Землетрясение. Earthquake. Землетрясение. Землетрясение. Earthquake. Землетрясение сотрясает землю. The earthquake is shaking the ground. Землетрясение сотрясает землю. Песчаная буря. Sandstorm. Песчаная буря. Песчаная буря. Sandstorm. Песчаная буря улеглась. The sandstorm has touched down. Песчаная буря улеглась. Перчатка. Glove. Перчатка. Перчатка. Glove. Мне нужны новые перчатки на осень. I need new gloves for autumn. Мне нужны новые перчатки на осень. Зонтик. Umbrella. Зонтик. Зонтик. Umbrella. Я забыла свой зонтик в офисе. I forgot my umbrella in the office. Я забыла свой зонтик в офисе. Шапка. Hat. Шапка. Шапка. Hat. Сколько стоит эта шапка? How much is this hat? Сколько стоит эта шапка? С длинным рукавом. Long-sleeved. С длинным рукавом. С длинным рукавом. Long-sleeved. Рубашки с длинным рукавом хороши для холодной погоды. Long-sleeved shirts are good for cold weather. Рубашки с длинным рукавом хороши для холодной погоды. С коротким рукавом. Short-sleeved. С коротким рукавом. С коротким рукавом. Short-sleeved. Рубашки с коротким рукавом лучше носить, когда тепло. Short-sleeved shirts are better when it's warm. Рубашки с коротким рукавом лучше носить, когда тепло. Болезненный. Painful. Болезненный. Болезненный. Painful. У меня болезненная волдыри на ноге. I have painful blisters on my foot. У меня болезненные волдыри на ноге. Застенчивый. Shy. Застенчивый. Застенчивый. Shy. Этот малыш такой застенчивый. This little baby is so shy. Этот малыш такой застенчивый. Нервничающий. Nervous. Нервничающий. Нервничающий. Nervous. Нервничающий бизнесмен ждет интервью. The nervous businessman is waiting for the interview. Нервничающий бизнесмен ждет интервью. Взволнован. Excited. Взволнован. Взволнован. Excited. Молодой ученый был взволнован. The young scientist was excited. Молодой ученый был взволнован. Смущенный. Embarrassed. Смущенный. Смущенный. Embarrassed. У меня лицо краснеет, когда я смущен. My face turns red when I'm embarrassed. У меня лицо краснеет, когда я смущен. Провинция. Country. Провинция. Провинция. Country. У них большой дом в провинции. They have a big house in the country. У них большой дом в провинции. Деревня. Village. Деревня. Деревня. Village. Мое детство прошло в деревне. My childhood was spent in the village. Мое детство прошло в деревне. Город. Town. Город. Город. Town. Это очень маленький и тихий город. This is a very small and quiet town. Это очень маленький и тихий город. Пригород. Suburb. Пригород. Пригород. Suburb. Я переехал в пригород в прошлом году. I moved to the suburbs last year. Я переехал в пригород в прошлом году. Комната. Room. Комната. Комната. Room. Это твоя комната? Is this your room? Это твоя комната? Ожог. Burn. Ожог. Ожог. Burn. Он получил несколько ожогов, запуская фейерверки. He got some burns when he did fireworks. Он получил несколько ожогов, запуская фейерверки. Шахматы. Chess. Шахматы. Шахматы. Chess. Как насчет игры в шахматы? What about a game of chess? Как насчет игры в шахматы? Язык. Language. Язык. Язык. Language. Изучать язык. To study some language. Изучать язык. Сушить. Blow dry. Сушить. Сушить. Blow dry. Я сушу волосы каждое утро. I blow dry my hair every morning. Я сушу волосы каждое утро. Боевые искусства. Martial arts. Боевые искусства. Боевые искусства. Martial arts. Вы любите боевые искусства? Do you like martial arts? Вы любите боевые искусства? Довольный. Satisfied. Довольный. Довольный. Satisfied. Я довольна своей работой. I'm satisfied with my job. Я довольна своей работой. Спокойный. Calm. Спокойный. Спокойный. Calm. Спокойные люди часто бывают жестокими. Calm people can often be cruel. Спокойные люди часто бывают жестокими. Расчесывать. Comb. Расчесывать. Расчесывать. Comb. Я расчесываю собаку каждый день. I comb my dog every day. Я расчесываю собаку каждый день. Полоскать горло. Gargle. Полоскать горло. Полоскать горло. Gargle. Я полощу горло несколько раз в день. I gargle several times a day. Я полощу горло несколько раз в день. Недовольный. Dissatisfied. Недовольный. Недовольный. Dissatisfied. Мужчина недоволен продуктом. The man is dissatisfied with the product. Мужчина недоволен продуктом. 5000. 5000. 5000. 5000. 5000. На площади протестовало 5000 человек. 5,000 people were protesting on the square. На площади протестовало 5000 человек. 3000. 3000. 3000. 3000. 3000. В Перу есть более 3000 видов картофеля. In Peru, more than 3,000 types of potatoes exist. В Перу есть более 3000 видов картофеля. 6000. 6000. 6000. 6000. 6000. В Греции около 6000 островов. There are around 6,000 islands in Greece. В Греции около 6000 островов. 7000. 7000. 7000. 7000. 7000. Она продала 7000 альбомов. She sold 7,000 albums. Она продала 7000 альбомов. 9000. 9000. 9000. 9000. 9000. 9000 солдат покинули страну. 9,000 troops withdrew from the country. 9,000 солдат покинули страну. Роза. Rose. Роза. Роза. Rose. Он подарил мне одну розу. He gave me a single rose. Он подарил мне одну розу. Цветок. Flower. Цветок. Цветок. Flower. Сестры нашли цветок. Sisters found a flower. Сестры нашли цветок. Лилия. Лили. Лилия. Лилия. Лили. Она купила лилии по пути домой. She bought some lilies on her way home. Она купила лилии по пути домой. Подсолнух. Sunflower. Подсолнух. Подсолнух. Sunflower. Поле усыпано подсолнухами. The field is full of sunflowers. Поле усыпано подсолнухами. Одуванчик. Dandelion. Одуванчик. Одуванчик. Dandelion. В России листья одуванчика употребляют в пищу. Dandelion leaves are used as food in Russia. В России листья одуванчика употребляют в пищу. Путешествие. Traveling. Путешествие. Путешествие. Traveling. Путешествие требует много подготовки. Traveling requires a lot of preparation. Путешествие требует много подготовки. Упражнение. Exercising. Упражнение. Упражнение. Exercising. Женщина делает упражнение на полу. The woman is exercising on the floor. Женщина делает упражнение на полу. Тренировка. Workout. Тренировка. Тренировка. Workout. 30-минутная тренировка каждый день может улучшить ваше здоровье. A 30-minute workout every day can improve your health. 30-минутная тренировка каждый день может улучшить ваше здоровье. Чтение. Reading. Чтение. Чтение. Reading. Одно из моих хобби – чтение. One of my hobbies is reading. Одно из моих хобби – чтение. Играть в карты. Play cards. Играть в карты. Играть в карты. Play cards. Мы часто играем в карты теплыми летними вечерами. We often play cards on a warm summer evenings. Мы часто играем в карты теплыми летними вечерами. Серьга. Earring. Серьга. Серьга. Earring. Большие серьги – это модно. Big earrings are fashionable. Большие серьги – это модно. Колье. Necklace. Колье. Колье. Necklace. Мой муж подарил мне на день рождения очень дорогое колье. My husband gave me a very expensive necklace for my birthday. Мой муж подарил мне на день рождения очень дорогое колье. Кольцо. Ring. Кольцо. Кольцо. Ring. Ювелир показал мне красивое кольцо. The jeweler showed me a beautiful ring. Ювелир показал мне красивое кольцо. Семейные трусы. Boxer shorts. Семейные трусы. Семейные трусы. Boxer shorts. Семейные трусы – нижнее белье для мужчин. Boxer shorts are an undergarment for men. Семейные трусы – нижнее белье для мужчин. Юбка. Skirt. Юбка. Юбка. Skirt. Давай купим эту юбку. Let's buy this skirt. Давай купим эту юбку. Гамбургер. Hamburger. Гамбургер. Гамбургер. Hamburger. Я только что заказал гамбургер. I have just ordered a hamburger. Я только что заказал гамбургер. Чизбургер. Cheeseburger. Чизбургер. Чизбургер. Cheeseburger. Чизбургер – это гамбургер с кусочком сыра. A cheeseburger is a hamburger with a slice of cheese. Чизбургер – это гамбургер с кусочком сыра. Пицца. Pizza. Пицца. 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 Пицца полезна для здоровья, не так ли? Pizza is healthy, isn't it? Пицца полезна для здоровья, не так ли? Хот-дог. Hot dog. Hot dog. hot dog. Hot dog. Я люблю хот-доги на барбекю. I prefer hot dogs at the barbecue. Я люблю хот-доги на барбекю. Чаевые. Tip. Чаевые. Чаевые. Tip. Не забудьте оставить чаевые официанту или официантке. Don't forget to leave a tip for the waiter or waitress. Не забудьте оставить чаевые официанту или официантке.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Monthly Review, the monthly show on language learning, where you discover new learning strategies, motivational tips, study tools, and resources. By the way, all the lessons and bonuses you're about to see can be downloaded for free on our website. So click the link in the description right now to sign up for your free lifetime account. Okay, today's topic is how to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. If you're learning a language all by yourself, then you should know that there's a way to boost your chance of success, boost your motivation, your progress. It's simply by including other people in your language learning journey. And in today's episode, you'll discover 1. How adding a human dynamic boosts your motivation, and 2. How you can apply this tactic to your language learning. But first, here are this month's new lessons and resources. Be sure to download these now before we take them down in a few days. First, the Making Movies Conversation Cheat Sheet. With this new cheat sheet, you'll learn words like actor, screenwriter, director, and much more. Download it for free on the inside. Second, the 400 Everyday Phrases for Beginners ebook. This bonus ebook will teach you over 400 words and phrases related to daily activities like waking up, making breakfast, going to work or school, and more. Third, can you talk about fishing in your target language? Learn how to say words like fishing rod, bait, and fishing net with this quick vocab bonus. Fourth, must know online shopping vocabulary. If you like shopping, then you'll want to be able to talk about it in your target language. With this 1-minute lesson, you'll learn must-know words like sale, add to cart, and much more. To get your free resources, click the link in the description below right now. They're yours to keep forever. Okay, let's jump into today's topic. How to boost your motivation and learn more by adding others to the mix. Part 1. How adding a human dynamic boosts your motivation. So first, here's a question for you. How do you think most people start learning a language? Leave a comment. Most people start learning by themselves. They'll either watch YouTube videos like this, download an app, or if they're a little more serious, buy a textbook. But after the first week or month, most self-learners also end up falling off because of a lack of motivation. It's pretty hard to motivate yourself and keep yourself going. It's hard because you have to, 1, rely on yourself to motivate yourself, 2, do the learning, and 3, do the practice. All of this is a lot of work for one person. Sure, there's a small group of super self-motivated people out there that can do it and stick with it, but that's not the case for most of us. So then, if you want to boost your motivation and not have to rely on yourself, that's where you should start getting other people involved in your language learning journey. Just picture a graph where on the y-axis you have motivation, and on the x-axis you have the chance of success. So first you have self-study, and that's probably closest to lower motivation and probably a low chance of succeeding. As you move further to the right, where you start involving tutors or joining group classes, the higher your motivation and chance of success becomes. Does this mean motivation is lowest when you're on your own? Yes and no. There are people who are very motivated on their own, but motivation tends to come and go for many of us. And the last thing you want to do is rely on a feeling that may not always be there. But when you start including more personal connections, live interactions, maybe someone you speak with at a cafe, you have more reasons and more pressure to keep on going. For example, if you have a tutor that expects you to do homework and come prepared next time, if you have a language partner whom you want to impress, or if you're in a language class, you want to be better than other students. The point is, the more people you involve, the more anchor points and commitments you have to the language, and these boost your motivation. In psychology, this is called social facilitation, or the audience effect. When you're with other people, or when you think someone is watching you, you put a little pressure on yourself. And for many people, this can have a positive result. But if you're on your own, you wouldn't try so hard. So just to recap, a lot of us start learning on our own. And in the case of language learning, there will always be self-study involved. But if you want to take it to the next level, then you should follow that graph. The only issue is, the more you go up that graph, the more expensive it gets. It's very affordable to learn on your own. Once you start involving others, such as a teacher, it starts getting expensive. So it's up to you as the learner here. So, if you're interested in adding a human dynamic, what can you do? Part 2. How you can apply this to your language learning. 1. Give our Premium Plus plan a try and get access to your own teacher. You also get weekly assignments from your teacher, which adds a nice layer of accountability to your learning. 2. Enroll in an online class. And this is something we've started offering for a few of our major languages: Japanese, English, Chinese, Italian, Korean, French, and Spanish. 3. Get an online or in-person tutor. Now, teachers and classes can be pricey, but there are other ways to learn with others. 4. Get a study buddy or join a learning community. Learning and competing with others will definitely have a positive impact on your motivation and language progress. 5. Simply talk with others about your language goals and your current progress. When you're surrounded by people talking about how much they've learned or what goals they hit or missed, you'll be more inspired to hit your own goals. 6. Track your progress and share it on your social media for others to see. For example, if you keep a daily planner, write in, "I did 3 lessons today," or "spent 30 minutes on learning a language," and share that. Once you start involving more people in your language journey, whether for learning or for practice, adding that extra human element will boost your productivity and motivation and help you reach your language goals. So thank you for watching this episode of Monthly Review. Next time, we'll talk about how to learn a new language in the new year. If you enjoyed these tips, hit the like button, share the video with anyone who's trying to learn a language, and subscribe to our channel. We release new videos every week. And if you're ready to finally learn language the fast, fun, and easy way and start speaking from your very first lesson, get our complete learning program. Sign up for your free lifetime account right now. Click the link in the description. See you next time. Bye! Since you're learning the language and coming across new words all the time, do you have trouble remembering new words? If you do, then there's a proven and powerful learning method that'll help you learn new words and phrases fast. Easily remember the tough words you struggle with and get you fluent sooner than later. In fact, all serious language learners use this learning method in one form or another. And the good news is, you can do this all with our flashcards inside of our learning program. But first, if you don't yet have access to our language learning program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. Now, how do flashcards help you learn words and phrases faster? These flashcards use something called spaced repetition learning, which is a science-backed learning method that spaces out your learning over time and quizzes you on words at the right times so that you never forget them. Here's how the flashcards work. Once you start learning, they start tracking your progress and sort your cards for you. So the tough words that you struggle with, you'll see them more often in a study session. And the easy words that you get right, they'll start getting spaced out. You'll see them again in 2 days, then 5 days, then 13 days, and so on. At which point, these words will start going into your long-term memory, and you'll never forget them. Once you're done with a study session, that's it for the day. Your flashcards will remind you when to study again, so you never forget what you learned last time. So here's how you take advantage of this powerful study tool. Simply access flashcards in the vocabulary drop-down menu on the site. Inside, you already have the 100 must-know words deck prepared for you. Just click on Study and Start Session to start learning. You'll see a flashcard with the word in the target language. Do you know the meaning? Click on Show Answer to confirm the meaning. Then, mark it as correct or incorrect. Based on your answer, the flashcards will start sorting and spacing out the words for you. Then, move on to the next card in the deck until you're done with the session. You can study with 3 modes. Recognition. Get the word in the target language and see if you know the meaning. Production. Get the meaning and see if you know it in the target language. Or listening. Hear the word or phrase and see if you know the meaning. Choose 1, 2, or all 3 modes of learning. You can create flashcard decks from key phrases presented in lessons, the 2000 core word list, words saved in your word bank, and our free vocab lists. Want to see how many words and phrases you've mastered? Visit My Stats for your daily, weekly, and monthly progress breakdown to see your personal study stats. So take advantage of the smart flashcards right now. The top 100 must-know words deck is already ready and waiting for you. But if you don't yet have access, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. If you want to learn your target language with our learning program, and if you're wondering which plan to choose, then today you'll discover how our premium plan helps you master the language with one clear learning pathway to follow, which makes sticking with learning easier than ever. Special lessons that get you speaking and understanding conversations in minutes from beginner to advanced, and over 15 study tools that will lock the language into your brain. But first, if you don't have access to our language learning program, sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account. Now, how does the premium plan help you learn a language faster? 1. You get one simple learning pathway of lessons to follow. If you've always felt that language learning is overwhelming because there's so much to do, reading, writing, speaking, listening, and vocabulary, and there's no clear path to take, well, you're not wrong. So that's exactly why you get one learning pathway with our program. The learning pathway is simply a pathway of lessons for you to take. Meaning you now have a clear path to follow, instead of wondering about how you should learn the language or what to do next. Just follow the pathway, take the lessons, and complete the assessments from lesson 1 to 2 to 3, and from the absolute beginner level up to advanced. Now let's talk about the lessons themselves. Second, you'll learn the language fast with audio and video lessons, which means you won't be reading walls of text here. Our audio and video lessons are easy to finish and allow you to absorb the language as you listen or watch. Plus, you get exposed to native speech, something you won't get in textbooks. So press play on a lesson. You'll learn a practical conversation, get every word and grammar rule explained by our teachers, and start speaking in minutes. All of this takes minutes because lessons are just a few minutes long, so you can learn fast and in small blocks of time, whether on your computer or with our app if you're on the go. The lessons alone are enough to get you speaking, but to make sure you practice and retain the language, you can use our study tools. Third, you get 15 plus premium study tools that lock the language into your memory and help you learn faster. Here's a small taste of what you can do. You can practice speaking and perfect your pronunciation with the voice recorder. Reach conversational fluency with our 2000 most common words list. Master words and phrases fast with our spaced repetition flashcards. Read along with the lesson notes to help the grammar rules sink in faster. Understand everything instantly with the translations. Sharpen your listening skills with the line-by-line audio for each lesson. Immerse yourself in native conversations with the dialogue tracks. Test yourself on what you've learned with assessments, and much more. So if you want to learn your target language, and if you don't have access to our learning program, then sign up for a free lifetime account right now. Just click the link in the description to get your free lifetime account, and you'll get a free 7-day trial to our premium plan. Remember, here's what you can do to learn all of these words by heart. Drill these words with our spaced repetition flashcards, which will help cement these words into your long-term memory. Save them to the word bank, your personal vocabulary collection, where you can print out your own study sheets, or review the words with our looped vocabulary slideshow, and play it until you know all of the words. So click the link in the description right now and sign up for your free lifetime account to get these lessons and study tools.